Adjustants, operatives, commanders and dolls. We are in the Snowbreak video. This time we're doing a Cerulean Getaway. Look at this. It looks phenomenal. It looks amazing. Oh, by the way, I did the main story part. I did the recording earlier, but the problem was that it did not work to my fitting, so I had to do the whole thing again. So I guess the good news is I know what's gonna happen, but the bad news is another long recording. But anyway, we probably had to do this. Enough of my rambling. Yeah, you could tell I did all of this. So anyway, let's hope it goes the way we want it. Anyway, progress 1. Let's go. Once the vacation spot was settled, everyone sprang into action, packed with uncontainable excitement. The whole base buzzed with anticipation. And I was no exception. As I tried to maximize suitcase space, a lively blonde burst into my room, hopping over the clutter on the floor before flopping onto my bed and crossing legs over the other.
ダーリン、開発部から戻ってきたわ。バカンス地を決めたんだって。
Ever since I heard the trailer of the next patch, there was English subs, English voiceover. I got so distracted that I thought I have English voiceover over here, but I have it in Japanese, even though this game is Chinese. So I'm already distracted just hearing that. And this is my second time recording this.
今度そういう会議があったら、私も混ぜてよね。みんなにダーリンを変な場所に連れて行かれたら困るもの。
Benny playful protest carried a trace of teasing pout, her voice sweet as velvet, her gaze dripping with affection. Alright. Next time we wait for you before deciding. I closed the suitcase and let myself fall beside her. My hands slipped around her waist, fingers naturally finding those sunlit golden strands. I made it call fast because I just knew you love it.
So?
She gave me a skeptical look, that then nestled her cheek against my chest, a silky lock of her hair brushing a playful at my neck. I felt like a sweet, flirtatious trap. If my answer failed to satisfy her, she'll make me pay. I figure your new swimsuit would be perfect for the Heliora Sea.
え、なんでわかるの？新しい水着用意したの。
She perked up in a wide-eyed amazement. Didn't you say the old one wasn't sexy enough? So I figured the new one must really show off that dazzling figure, and I'll bet the color's as bold and radiant as you are. My fingers drift down the line of her back, slowly tracing out the sensual curves. In my mind, I could already see it. Fabric clinging tight, or barely their straps framing her in the all right ways. Impossible to resist. She melted into my touch, though she kept up the act. A mock frown, ruby lips sweetly puckered.
ダーリンは何でも知ってるのね。せっかく驚かせようと思ったのに。
Well, not everything. I'm still waiting to hear what the R&D department had you for. I said it even though I already pieced most of it together. Not pierced. Why did I say that? They were likely designing a new exosuit for her. Hearing the question, she couldn't contain her excitement any longer and sprang off the bed. Her slender but torn arm caught mine, tugging me to my feet.
最近、私とシーリスの新しい戦術装備を設計してくれたのよ。正式に制作する前に、私たちの今の体型データを取ってほしいって。 私だけじゃうまく測れないからダーリンに手伝ってもらいに来たのよ。
She pulled a soft measuring tape from her pocket, looping it around my fingers as she spoke, her voice as sweet as her touch, sending a ripple of tingling heat straight through me. Would it be more accurate to use the medical department scanners?
あれは人の温かみがないから嫌なの。こういうのはダーリンの温かい手で測ってもらわなくちゃ。
Did they spell soulless wrong? Does it have 2 L's or 1 L? I don't even know. Before I could reply, her clothes slipped away like falling petals, stirring the air with a breath of warmth. Sunlight pouring through the window, brushing against her alabaster skin and tracing every graceful curve with a soft golden glow. Take the measuring tape, alright. I slipped the tape around her, its scales gliding over the constellation of rose hue marks on her skin. Alright, we might as well show this. Yes, we had to measure the bust size, the waist size, and bust size. I said that twice, but I guess you should say breast, waist, bust, whatever, I don't know. As I logged each number, my fingers moved with familiar ease, trailing gently across the tender signs left by passion's fire. Hold on. I had to sneeze. A sultry current simmers between us, coaxed forth by her soft moan, rustling the bloom she'd become. I'll be gentler next time.
いやよ。首と背中にもいっぱいつけなさい。ダーリンが私と暑い夜を過ごしたってみんなに示すの。
Her voice rose with playful pride. With a flick of her hand, Benny brushed her hair aside, proudly revealing the marks just behind her ear. Once we finished, she slipped her clothes back on, but only loosely. The straps hung barely from her shoulders. It looked careless, but every detail whispered intentionally seduction.
それでね、ダーリン。私、ウエストが細くなってないかしら。あと、バストも変わってるはずよ。だって、ダーリンがいっぱい可愛がってくれたんだもの。
According to the numbers, your figure is just as perfect as ever.
だと思った。嘘
Her smile faltered, confusion flickering in her eyes.
今まで通りってどういうこと？
Means your measurements haven't changed at all.
そんなのありえないじゃない。
She snatched the report from my hands, scanning every line with growing disbelief. Her fingers gave her waist a doubtful pinch, and just like that, she deflated like a popping balloon.
あれだけ必死に鍛えたのに、なんで効果ゼロなのよ。
That's not true. It helped maintain that perfect figure of yours. But even so, my compliment didn't quite settle her doubts. She tapped her lips, lost in thought.
一体どこを間違えたのかしら。ちゃんと毎日エアロビクスをしてたのに。
The same one every time?
当たり前でしょ。いちいち新しいのなんて覚えてられないもの。
Well, in that case, sounds like your body's hit a workout plateau.
何よそれ。
It's when your body gets used to the same exercise and stop reacting. It starts conserving energy instead of changing, and your progress slowly slows to a crawl.
そうなの？
She covered her mouth, eyes wide in astonishment. But in that shock quickly gave way to quiet disappointment.
もっと頑張ればよかったわ。
You're already perfect, Fanny. Even if you didn't try, I'd still be crazy about you.
そう？ダーリン、嘘だったら許さないわよ。
Words alone weren't enough. She shifted closer in my arms, searching for reassurance through the heat of skin on skin. She rose on the tiptoes for a kiss, then another and another, each one more lingering, more insistent. Her tongue grew bolder. I let her lead at first, savoring her playful fire, then gradually took back control until the tender moan slipped from her lips and her eyes fluttered open, trembling. Just then, the soft patter of rain began to tap against the window pane. One of the summer showers, hot and steamy, just like the air between us. Outside, raindrops thread through the garden's blooms, nourishing roots and petals with tender carelessness. Just as I had to the flowers in my arms. Just as I had to the flowers in my arms? What? Okay. After several rounds of passion, the rhythm of the rain began to fade. Spent and satisfied, Fanny dozed off in my arms. The blinking time of my terminal reminded me duty was calling. As I left the room, I took one last glance. The sheets are tangled, the air still thick with sweetness and heat. Looks like I have to do something serious do some serious tidying up later. As the sun dipped low, slipping through the curtains in golden streaks, the girl in the rumpled sheets slowly blinked open her sleepy eyes. The warmth from before still lingered inside her, rising like a slow-burning flame. Barefoot and wrapped in blankets, she shuffled through the room in search of water, still half dreaming. Then she stopped, drawn to the mirror. The hikis specked across her skin shimmered like stars in her eyes, glittering with sweetness and bliss. Grinning, she dove back under the covers, giggling as she breathed in the scent she left behind. And as she rolled over, something caught her eye, a pale yellow sticky note resting nearby. Taking you shopping after work. Just a few words, but Fanny clutched the note to her chest like a precious keepsake.
今日はちょうどラインナップ入れ替えの日だから、夜になったらダーリンに新しいスーツを買いに行こうかしら。
But something tugged at her thoughts. She glanced back at the notes, then paused.
あれ？確か先月のこの日も2人で買い物に行ったような。そういえば先々月も。
New collection day has quietly turned into a tradition, one of many little rituals shared between them. Movie nights, dessert hunts. Even joints patrol through Containment Zone Elf. Lately, their time together seems to orbit through routines, comforting and familiar, but unchanging.
最近あまり変わり映えしてないわ。
Hugging a pillow, she rolled lazily around the bed. Her thoughts drift like dandelions on the breeze.
ありふれた毎日を過ごしてると何かが足りないような。ドキドキっていうか。
Her thoughts ripple onward, like a pebble dropped like a still lake, one doubt stirring many.
ダーリンは何でも知ってるのね。せっかく驚かせようと思ったのに。
According to the numbers, your figure is just as perfect as ever. Sounds like your body hit a workout plateau.
いったたたた。
Lost in thought, she rolled a little too far. And with a soft thud, she tumbled off the bed, one leg still hooked over the edge. But she didn't even pause to rub her bruised hip, something stirring inside her, a sudden fluttering pressure. She marched to the mirror, eyes locking onto the proud girl staring back, and launched into the full-on self-scolding.
ファニーゴールデン、何たるんでるの？ 誓約を結んだからってダーリンに甘やかされるだけで安心しちゃうだなんて。こんなんじゃダーリンと幸せにやっていけるわけないじゃない。
Her expression turned serious, her reflection in the mirror frowning right back.
刺激が足りないと怠けちゃう。恋だって同じなはず。気づけてよかったわ。ダーリンに飽きられる前に。
She leaned in close to the mirror, jabbing a finger at her own too comfy self.
ファニー、この恋に喝を入れないと。ダーリンにずっと甘えてるんじゃなくて、ドキドキとワクワクをたっぷり与えるのよ。わかった？
She gave herself a firm nod, and her reflection nodded right back. That earned a satisfied little smile.
ダーリンは最近仕事で忙しいだろうから、作戦はバカンスの時にしようかしら。
Fanny clenched her fists and thrust them high in the air, her spirit blazing with fresh resolve. Achoo! Ah. Just as I was buried in reports, my sudden sneeze caught me off guard. In the hush of the command room, it echoed like a gunshot. Given my current enhanced physiologies, catching a plain old cold is next to impossible. Something must be thinking about me, as the saying goes. Then again, if that's true, the list of suspects must be a little too long. I gave my nose a rub, then turned back to the task at hand. Time slipped by, and before I knew it, Heimdall Forest vacation has arrived. As usual, the girls were split into two travel groups, flying out a day apart. The spacious cabin buzzed with chatter, all lively and loud, but Fanny, usually the life of the party, was oddly quiet. She perched by the window, wearing a faint, mysterious smile, occasionally clicking her tongue or muttering under her breath.
この調子で行くと、今度のバカンスは飛行機を3機使わないと足りなさそうね。まあ人が増えても危機意識はやっぱり私が一番高いわよね。
Ah, okay, she's in her starshine form right now. I do miss the not covenant form, the coronet form. I like the coronet form more.
これから私はダーリンと末永く過ごせるに違いないわ。
The more she thought about it, the brighter she beamed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. What's going on that head of yours? You're grinning like a cat that got the cream.
別に何も。
Caught mid-scheme, she flailed into full denial, hands waving widely as she tried to play it cool. That was suspicious. To keep a closer eye on this unusual quiet Fanny, I moved over and took the seat beside her. I could have sworn I heard you muttering something about instincts.
それはダーリンはもっと危機意識を持つべきだって言ってんの。だって今もみんなに見られてるわよ。
Even without Fanny pointing it out, I could feel it, the heat of those sidelong glances all around me. Each girl clearly had her sights set on the seat next to mine. A quiet tension hugged in the cabin. The air itself felt taut, humming with a sultry edge of rivalry.
困るわよね。私が何とかしてあげよっか。
Her breath brushes my ear like a feather, a warm and lace with that sweet, unmistakable scent of hers. She gently guided my hand down into her lap, cradling it like something precious.
ダーリン、お疲れよね。ここでゆっくり休んでいきなさい。
She raised her voice just enough for everyone to hear, and right on cue, a chorus of sighs rippled through the cabin. Ah, yes. The 100 girlfriends who really loves you. Although they all treat each other equally. And Red Total does the same for every girls.
せっかく分析員さんに私の空中特別サービスを体験してもらいたかったのに。
Okay, so alright, I need to see this. Okay, Celestial's one. This is the Shadow Ka. I still don't have her. And this is the Jade Arc. Alright. I just had to be sure what I'm looking at because one of them I don't even have.
なんだか焼いてる匂いがするにゃん。焼いてる匂い？私にはわかりませんが。
Just looking at this image, it feels like they're all in similar height, even though they're not at the same height at all. So it looks... It doesn't feel right to me.
ほら見なさい。私がいないとダーリンはとっくに駆られてたわよ。
I mean, to be fair, that is true. With my head resting on her lap, all I could see were soft round curves, but from her breezy tone, I could just picture the sweet little grin on her face. My head sank into the cushion of warmth, like falling into a cloud, too cozy to resist. Sleep quickly swept under me. I wasn't sure how long I dozed off until the girl's excited voice shattered the calm.
分析員、起きて。もう着いたよ。いい天気。いいバカンスになりそうですね。
Okay, this actually makes sense because my eyes is blur and I'm not seeing clearly, so it makes sense. A fresh sea breeze slipped in, brushing past my nose, gently coaxing me back to the wakefulness. Outside the window, the cerulean blue sea stretched wide and gleaming, crowded by the towering complex. Its domed, curved glass roof caught the sun like a jewel. Around it, a floating dock unfolded into the landing pad, ready to greet us. Days earlier, Clarina has arranged everything to perfection. Evacuating. Yeah, is it evacuating? Evacuating the complex of everyone except Heimdall personnels. Ah, okay, yeah, it is evacuating. Got it. As soon as the aircraft came to the full stop, the girls surged forward, bolting towards our private slice of paradise. Just like that, our summer holiday officially began. I assume that this swimwear that we're looking at is the little sunshine one. I think so. Did Marisol change her voice? I'm pretty sure Chino and Marisol are the same voiceover, but then it sounds so weird that she's so excited now. The girls split off into little groups, diving headfirst into vacation mode. From atop the towering water slide, a few petty forms zipped down in a flurry, sprays of water catching the sun as they flew. The wave generator kicked in, sending floatery surge, crashing towards the sandy beach. Mashure's sandcastle stood near completion until a rude, rogue wave surged in and swallowed it whole. Oh, right. Even though that's a swimmer, you have to get it like in-game currency. So I think you could get her now. No, wait. No, I think you could get her before. Yeah, it was before. If you miss it, you might get her again. You might. It's a possibility. Meanwhile, I stretch out on the beach chair, letting the sea breeze roll over me. I sank into the warmth, hoping the sun might melt away the lingering pressure of duty. A vibrant green watermelon suddenly entered my field of view. Alright, hold on. We have to show this. This looks amazing, guys. So, in the trailer, it shows that she has more fabric. But the uncensored version, this is what you're seeing right now. Wait until you see the in-game mode. So, as I told you, I've done the game. You're gonna see it. So, that's what I'm gonna tell you officially. Can you feed it to me?
食べさせるのか?
It'll be even better if you use your mouth. My gaze drifted to her lips, and for the first time, her icy composure cracked. Her hands went instinctively to her pocket, but she came up empty. She'd forgotten she was wearing a swimsuit. Were you trying to grab your terminal and look how to feed your lover watermelon using your mouth?
なぜわかバカを言え。
The usual glacial calm in her eyes gave way to a subtle ripple. Then, after a moment's hesitation, she suddenly steeled herself. She took a bite of the watermelon and leaned in fast. A deep blush bloomed from her cheeks to her ears. The hand holding the watermelon began to tremble. I pulled her eyes and kissed her deeply, drinking in both the sweetness of the fruit and the cool, unmistakable sense that was hers alone. Naturally, this hot scene didn't slip past Fanny's watchful gaze. Crouched beneath the swaying coconut tree, she spied through the dainty pair of binoculars, tracking every detail of the watermelon kiss from afar. But she knew this wasn't the moment to make her move. She was waiting for the perfect opening. Oh, something grand, dazzling, unforgettable. Whether it was blowing everyone away with a stunning fashion design, or single-handedly taking down the Snowbreak Akuma mech. To shine in a way she never saw coming. What could be more romantic, more surprising than that? The thought alone made her grin, and then erupt into uninhabited laughter.
作戦がうまくいくように今から準備運動しようかしら。123422234もう一回。
They just skipped that part. 123422234 5 6 5 Yeah, 5 6 7 8 Yeah, they skipped that line. This is why like some subtitles need to be precise as possible. Under the tree, Benny launched into full-on aerobics. Nearby, Monsieur tilted her head, utterly puzzled by the scene.
ファニー、変だにゃん。
I'm telling her, her swimwear is so adorable. I love looking at it. And while she stared, another wave surged ashore, mercilessly and flattering her fresh, finished kitty castle. Okay, I think I've shown this. Actually, I have shown it before. It's just that the problem was that I had to delete the recording. A lot of shutters, a lot of lag. I was hoping this won't happen on this one, so let's see what happens. Should I? You know what? I don't mind. It doesn't really matter too much. Yeah. It's okay. Let's go with it.
今日は私と分析員によるこの後の試合がスイーツ対決だったらダーリンにピスタチオパルフェライオンちゃんスペシャルを作ってあげたいわ。あんたら程度だ。あんたたちの出番は終わりよ。目標達成。当然の結果よ。
I did not realize. It's okay. Not that it matters.
あんたら程度だ。
Hold on.
逃がさないわよ。
There we go.
あんたたちの出番は終わりよ。私にこれは必要ないでしょ。今変えてるわよ。あんたら程度だ。
Oh, we get to play the other whatchamacallit.
一周回ってきたけど、スノーブレイク悪魔の姿が見当たらなかったわ。一体今日は何の試合なんだろう。まあいいわ。どんな試合だってどうせ勝つのはこの私だもの。
You're gonna see the new version. Just wait.
目標達成。当然の結果よ。さあ私を称えなさい。さっきのパフォーマンス見たでしょ。どう？あんたは私だけ見てればいいの。
Alright, let's on to the next stage. Sunlight glitter across the sea like scattering gold foil, while a cool ocean breeze rustled through the coconut grove in a soft whisper. Just like every day, bask in peace, the wave generator suddenly kicked up, sending a towering swell across the surface. White caps churned in the frothy dance, and on top of the highest crest stood Cirrus, like a sea sprite riding the wave. She teetered atop the swell for a few heartbeats, then the sea turned against her, swallowing her over and over. At last, the tides cutting her clean and hurling her shoreward with relentless force. Is that Cirrus? Is that how she sounds? Just before she could face plant and somersault across the sea, I stepped in and caught her squarely in her arms. The impact sent me sprawling into the soft sand. Damn, Cirrus is cute. The cute little whimper escaped the girl in my arms, clearly still dazed by that crash landing. You alright? She gave her head a shake, flickering off a bit of sand stuck in her cheeks. Once her senses returned, she scrambled off me in a fluster.
ごめんなさい。まさか波に流されてそのまま分析員を押し倒しちゃうだなんて思わなくて。
Why does Cirrus sounds like that? I thought she's supposed to sound like more cheerful. I don't mean like the situation, I mean like the way how the voice is. I'll try to continue listening a bit more. Don't worry about it. Get tackled by you is rather enjoyable. I pushed myself upright, and only now I noticed that Cirrus was wearing the new exosuit R&D has just finished for her. Hold on, let me check. Hold on, it's shaded, but it's okay. It looks nice, what? Yeah, it looks nice. The surface glimmered beneath the clear sky. Colors rippled from the pale blue to silvery white, like sea water in motion. Trying to pick up surfing, Cirrus?
まあね。
Okay, now let's check. I actually like it. I like there are like sleeves around her arm. It's very unique. I like the way how the clothing covers her chest size, and even though it feels like it's swimwear, it really shows that not everything should be covered, but then at the same time, you want to show off. So I really like this outfit a lot. She gave a sheepless smile, scratching her flushed cheek before gesturing to the board tucked under her arm.
そうだ。分析員はまだ知らないよね。
Although she does sound cuter.
これね、サーフボードに見えて、実は戦術装備とセットで開発してくれた動力ボードなんだ。
Yeah, she sounds much more calming. In the other part, she feels like very excited.
でね、操縦方法は サーフィンと似てるから海を楽しむついでに練習しようって思ったの。でも
She glanced down at the sand stuck to her legs and gave a sheepless little grin.
コツをつかんでもすぐに忘れちゃうから全然うまくならないんだよね。
A trick?
そうコツ。ネットで調べてボイスレコーダーで録音したの。でもね、いくらそれを聞いても波が来ると頭の中が真っ白になっちゃうんだ。
She shook her head, her voice tinged with frustration. I might have another trick that could help. Want to give it a shot?
やってみたい。
Droplets slid down Sierra's hair, catching the sunlight, just like the sparks in her eyes. I scanned the beach and found a patch of shade beneath the coconut trees. The sand looked just right, not too hot, not too cold, perfect for the little training session. Okay, I need to show this. Hold on. The soundtrack really gives off that vibe right here. It's amazing. It's crazy. I like it. As soon as we reach it, Sirius plopped into the board with practiced ease, lying on her stomach. Her pre-surf posture was surprisingly solid.
分析準備できたよ。
Alright, so Surfing 101, your posture on the board is everything. Now, try popping up quickly like you're catching a wave. She nodded, her expression turned serious. She gave it an earnest attempt, but her form still needed work. As she rose, her knees buckled and her hips jotted up, all without her noticing. The pose was adorable, if not a little awkward. An adjustment was needed. Let me guess, I need to slap her butt. Yeah, I have to. Dearest, you're cute, okay? I can't help it. Like Chris Mack echoed across the beach. A soft yelp escaped her, her cheeks flushing pink. Even after removing my hand, I could still feel the bouncy softness. God damn. That's I don't think that's TMI. I think just a right amount of information. Why are you sticking your butt out so much? Putting your weight in your legs, lower your hips. Now lift your body straight up.
こうなの？
She did her best to adjust, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Her lower half was spot on now, but her upper half was basically a mess. Watching her fumble with her heart, I figured it was time for some more hands-on help. I stepped onto the board behind her, one hand around her chest, the other steadily steadying her waist. Before I knew it, she was flush against each other. That's much better. Now, the special trick. Don't rely on your brain to memorize the moves. Feel them with your body. Let the feeling sink in. Make it second nature. I leaned in close, my voice low beside her ear, guiding her through each motion. Meanwhile, the pale trips of her ears began to flush a soft pink, a subtle shiver running through her.
今の感じ？
Sirius shut her eyes, letting her senses take over. First came the feeling of those hands, rough skin yet gentle, anchoring her firmly in place. Then the steady warmth of the breath across the nape of her neck, sending tingles straight down her spine. The cool breeze at her ankles, the uneven sand beneath them. Every nerve strained to capture the motion, to burn it into muscle and memory alike. Something wonderful and indescribable was quietly searing itself into her core and her soul. So, think is sinking in? Rose from her trance, Cerulean slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks still warm from the focus she poured into the moment.
これ本当に効くかも。分析員はどうやってこの方法を知ったの？
That's a long story. I'll tell you another time.
じゃあ今から海で試してみてもいい？
I gave her a small nod, and she bounced up like a springing little deer, grabbing her board and dashing into a little crystal blue sea. The waves were just right. With her fresh in sight, Cerulean found her footing and rose to her board with ease. She moved from the rhythm of the surf, blending into the blue like a creature born of water.
分析員できたよ。
She beamed from ear to ear, waving at me in giddy excitement. Eyes on the waves. In that instant, the water surged. Cerulean wobbled, trying to stay upright, but the swell won, sweeping her under. Cerulean! I shouted, heart sinking. There was no reply. Moments later, only her board reappeared, bobbing quietly atop the waves. Beneath the water, silence reigned. Sunlight filtered down in fractured beams as velvet reef fish flitted by. They seemed curious about the intruder, yet kept their distance. She could have easily floated up with just a kick, but she didn't move. Instead, she let herself slowly sink into the deep blue, as if drawn by something unseen.
どうして？
There was something haunting familiar about this breathless stillness. A strange warmth clung to her fingertips and lips. Not seawater, but something else. Something that felt like a memory surfing through touch. A slow, aching pressure swelled in her chest. Then came the tears, silent, uncontrollable, vanishing into the sea.
なんで悲しくなるんだろう。息ができなくなったからだろうか。
In the quiet, weightless blue, something within her began to unravel, peeled away strands by strand. If it's painful memory, maybe remembering it isn't a good idea. Her mind warned her, but her body seems to be screaming for something lost to return. Through the haze, she saw a blurry figure drawing near. Shards of memories shimmered around him like stars, more dazzling than the sunlight dancing on the sea. And in the next heartbeat, strong, warm arms pulled her into the familiar embrace. You alright? Cerulean clung to my shoulders, coughing hard and spouting up mouthful of seawater. Her eyes were unfocused, like her thoughts were still somewhere far beneath the waves.
大丈夫だよ。ただ何か忘れちゃった気がする。とても大事で、とても悲しいこと。
Seeing her soul adrift, I gently patted her soaked hair. Sometimes forgetting pain might just be a blessing. The waves rolled in, layer after layer, nudging us closer to land. Soon, my feet found solid ground, and with it, a quiet sense of relief. But in my arms, Cerulean remained distinct, her thoughts still lost in the undertow that almost took her. Glad you're alright. For a second there, I thought I have to give you mouth to mouth.
しないの？人工呼吸。
A flicker of disappointment creeped into her voice, her legs still wrapped around my waist, tightening subtly. The waves kept her body rocking softly against mine, in sync with the ocean's rhythm. If you want it, you only have to ask.
してほしいの。 席員にしてほしい。
Her words were clear as crystal. No stammer, no second thoughts. Then came the kiss, salt, sweet, and breathless, where lips and breath intertwined. The sea rocked us closer again and again until there was no space left between us. No telling how long we stayed like that, until a Kezia voice called from the distance, shattering the spell.
リアル RPG 始まるぞ。
Did Kezia sound like that? Okay.
テストプレイの人、この指とまれ。
I guess that's her trying to shout in some way. As Sirius and I wondering over, we saw Kezia had already roped in her first test player. Didn't you think you were the type of this kind of game, Narita?
この前シナリオの紹介を聞いて少し気になってね。それにもう一度調査員としてお前と一緒に戦うのも一興だし。
Her voice carried a hint of nostalgia, and her eyes lit with a quiet warmth.
1、2、3。あと一人足りないね。
Hold on. Let's get a good look of her. Yeah, that's normal. Oh, you're gonna get her skin. It's gonna be for free. So make sure you log in and or if you're free, download the game, you'll get the skin for free. So just letting you guys know. During the time of this video, of course. Wouldn't that make 4 counting you?
私はシナリオを作った人だから展開を全部知ってるの。私まで参加したら面白くなくなるでしょ。待たせちゃったわね。
Then he burst out from behind a coconut tree, waving at me with boundless energy. To my surprise, she already suited up in her new exosuit.
今回は何で勝負するの？裁縫、スイカ運び、それともビーチバレー？
Hold on, let's get a good look. I like it. I really like it a lot. It has that same color palette as the coronet version of her. It really suits her a lot. Also, I like this One Piece version of this outfit that she's wearing. It's very good. Really good. I like it so much.
なんだっていいわ。完璧な準備をしてきたんだもの。わざわざ新しい戦術装備まで着替えたのはやりすぎな気もするけど、ダーリンをドキッとさせるためなら。違うよ。これからリアル RPG で遊ぶの。え、何よ、リアル RPG って。
Benny's eyes went wide. Clearly not the answer she was expecting.
ファニーはバカンス前の討論会に参加しなかったから知らないよね。面白そうだからとりあえず一緒にやってみようよ。ゲームなのね。やってもいいけど、はっきり勝負がつくものじゃないとダーリンに目を向けてもらえないじゃない。まあいっか。ある意味新鮮な試みだし。初挑戦でうまくできたらきっとダーリンからの株が上がるに違いないわ。
After Sirius extended the invite, Benny stayed quiet for a long moment. Her expression flickered between hesitation and resolve. I started without Benny by my side. I held out a hand, inviting her over. Her hesitation vanished in a heartbeat, replacing by the radiant smile.
ダーリンがそう言うなら参加してやろうじゃない。
She skipped over and looped her arm around mine. So, now that we got a full party, can we start?
まあまあ、焦らない焦らない。今回のリアル RPG は結構手間をかけて準備したんだ。美術セットと NPC の他にスペシャルな序盤アイテムも用意している。
With that, Acacia pulled out a hefty device and thrust it into my hands. Up close, it looked like a camera, decked out in a deliberately retro design.
ゲームが始まる前にこのアイテムの使い方を教えるね。ついでにウォーミングアップといこうか。
Acacia flashed us a follow me look and led us to a nearby open area. Then she turned her back to us with a mysterious air, clearing up to something. Alright, now to tutorial. Okay, so I had to have her in earlier because I would need to show you guys what it looks like. At the same time, we get to see her also. Let's go.
準備はいい？今から振り向くよ。私の本当の実力を見せてあげる。
うわ、どうやってできたの？
分析員、私からもらったカメラを使ってみて。さっき見たのと全然違うでしょ。原理については後で説明する。ゲームが始まる前にまずちょっとだけアップをしよう。準備はいい？今から振り向くよ。私の本当の実力を見せてあげる。
うわ、どうやってできたの？
分析員、私からもらったカメラを使ってみて。さっき見たのと全然違うでしょ。原理については後で説明する。ゲームが始まる前にまずちょっとだけアップをしよう。
Damn, I like Acacia a lot. Hold on, let me show you
もう
guys.
ダメなの？
Alright, so let's see the model. I didn't realize she had the bunny tail on her. I didn't realize she has a bunny tail. That's actually new to me. Okay. Now, let me show you guys interesting. Watch. Alright, move this, then do that.
ねえダーリン、汗拭いてくれない？
Crazy, right? You get to activate her skill when you put her back up
ほら、預
in.
かっといてね。
That's so cool.
あれ？道が途切れてる？
まるでアカシアの目の時のようだね。これ何かの技術で作られた幻影か？ははん、その通り。カメラでもう一回確かめてみて。
アイスドリンクで一息つきましょうよ。カメラのレンズ越しで見ると正常に見えたけど、一体どうなってるのかな？
あなたたちが今目にしてるものは全てオプティクスマントで偽装されてるの。そしてあなたたちが持っているカメラ、実はそれ光学矯正機能がついてる光学妨害装置なんだ。だからカメラで見ると偽装されたものの元の様子を見られるってわけ。
By the way, I'm not paying attention. I was letting them finish the dialogue. I think I don't think I'll mention it again regardless if I have to say it. I love how Acacia did the JoJo pose during that cutscene. It looks so cool. Hold on, let's do this again. Let's do this again. This is fun.
避けるな。
Do this. Go in.
最高輪よ。おっと、汗かいちゃったか？ねえダーリン、汗拭いてくれない？アイスドリンクで一息つきましょうよ。
Oh, by the way, even if you don't, I'm gonna show you guys again how the actually, yeah, I'll show you guys. So
まだ前菜に過ぎ
it's
ない
still
わよ。
the same skill as before. It still goes in regardless. I like it a lot. It's so cool.
汗拭いてくれない？始まったばっかでしょうが。
Alright, let's do this good. Okay, you have to stay mid-air in order to keep using that skill. Otherwise, the skill ends. So, that's the only downside.
これ預かっといてね。よっと、へえ、私の腕なかなかでしょ。
Although that does give me an idea though. It could work with Enya Tempest. It could possibly work. I'm not sure. But this could be something new.
後でダーリンとのプールデートがあるから、ちゃちゃっと済ませるわ。一緒にサボるのもロマンを感じるわよね。
Oh yeah, Benny Swimmer? I do like it a lot.
今回のリアル RPG のために。
Oh wait, hold on.
わざわざそのなんちゃらマントって技術を開発したの？
別にそういう。
Sorry about that.
最初はスノーブレイク悪魔の新しい塗装技術として開発したんだ。
Yeah, I do like this swimmer a lot. It suits her so well. Oh, she's already moving. All right. I need to see what footwear she's wearing.
今日はこれぞ会心の一撃よ。
It's a waste of a skill, but regardless, I'm gonna take it out as soon as possible. So, the AoE part, you could keep on using it as much as possible. While the other skill, when you shoot, it only lasts like about one turn or something. So, you want to use your throwing ball as much as possible, then shoot.
今日は私たちの貸し切りなのよ。止まりなさい。
Like this. Then do that again.
ちょっと汗かいちゃったか？もう早くしてよ。なに？これ預かっといてね。
I don't think it's necessary for me to collect all the silver bucks, but I'm too used to collecting it. So let's do this again. Ball slam, ball slam, then shoot.
ねえダーリン、汗拭いてくれない？あ、風船チャレンジがあるわ。前回のバカンスの思い出が蘇るわね。
Oh wait, I'm not supposed to shoot there.
前回のバカンスもウォーターパークに来たのか？
そうだよ。でも同じウォーターパークといっても場所によって風景が少し違うんだよね。
There's a certain distance to how much you can shoot at the target, so that's why some of the shots didn't land. If you're too far away, it won't work. I accidentally shot this one, so I messed up. That was on me. I did that to myself. I think I hit all of them. I think so.
やあ、へへ、せっかくだからもうワンセットやらない？
I guess I could show you Akezia how she looks, but maybe next time. Maybe next time. I'm not sure.
どう？序盤アイテムにしてはなかなか面白いでしょ。ゲームの進行に役立つからちゃんと使い方を覚えておいて。
確かに面白そうなカメラだけど。
Benny frowned, eyeing the buzzing drones overhead.
なんなのこれ？さっきからついてくるんだけど。
後で演出を作るための道具だよ。短期運転で先に出しておいたの。殺傷力はないから安心して。
A smug little smile curled on Akezia's lips, clearly pleased with all of her work in the game, design and setup. So, can we finally start the game?
そうだね。ついてきて。あそこのエレベーターから ホテルのロビーに向かうよ。そこがリアル RPG のスタート地点だから。
Akizia pointed at the elevator and skipped off ahead to lead to the group. Just as we were near the elevator, my terminal buzzed in my pocket. I opened the message to find a short note, laced with quiet concern.
分析員さん、ムルソーと相談したんですが、実は。
Aw, I love Chino. She's so adorable. Hold on, let's see. Look at them. They're so adorable. I think I love Marisol more, but I have to love Chino as equally as her because they're both one and the same, regardless of who you're looking at.
この後、ムルソーと一緒にリアル RPG で NPC を務めることになったんです。でもちょっと心配することがあってな。
Seeing that little typing bubbling, blinking non-stops make me chuckle. I could practically see the two of them scratching their heads, all flustered. I shot a quick reply to ease their nerves. I was there the whole time during Akizia prep rally, you know? So I had a pretty good idea what you two will be up to. Don't sweat it. Honestly, kinda looking forward to your big debut. In fact, Akizia's so-called prep rally has been more of a horror movie marathon.
これよりリアル RPG NPC 班事前会議を開始する。
Oh, we're getting a flashback, okay. Akizia stood on the bed, brandishing the makeshift megaphone made from a roll-up newspaper, radiating commanding energy. After her passionate introduction, she paused theatrically, maybe waiting for applause. Aww, Chino so I like it when her hair is a bit longer though. Chino cross-legged on the floor, clapped with a gusto, maybe making up for Marisol's share too. Maybe nearby, video watching Ons, slightly puzzled.
分析員さんってテストプレイのプレイヤーなんですよね。事
What?
前会議に出席したらネタバレを食らっちゃいませんか？
Sorry for interrupting her. When you look at her outfit, this is barely holding on, which is crazy. Holy damn. You have to bring your own fabric just to hold this over. Huh? I glanced at Akizia, slightly asking the same thing. Akizia didn't answer right away. Instead, she hopped off the bed and dragged over a large cardboard box. Everything about the box, both how it looks and what it contains, gave off some serious retro vibes. After rummaging for a bit, she finally pulled out a worn DVD case. Its corner was scuffed, labeled faded. This thing had to be at least 40 years old.
NPC とはすなわち、己の演技で物語を劇的に盛り上げる舞台裏の立役者。故に演技をさらに磨くべく、みんなで名作ホラー映画を鑑賞しよう。とはいえ、ホラーだからやっぱり怖いんだよね。
At that, Akizia glanced at the DVD case, which was plastered with a ghastly white ghost illustration. The very next second, she pinched the corner of the case with a clearer look of the distaste and tossed it to the side, out of sight.
そこで分析員に付き合ってもらうことにしたんだ。何しろ分析員がいるとみんなも安心すると思う。
Her eyes found mine, full of absolute trust.
アカシアさんって心配性ですね。私とムルソーはそんなの全然怖くないですよ。
Wait, is Marisol actually shorter? Or is it how she's supposed to look? I'm not really sure. Regardless, yeah, I really like Marisol's hair. Like, Cherno could have that hairstyle too, if she wants to. She only has that when she's at the beach episode.
でも
析員さんがいたら確かにもっと安心しますね。ちょっと待って、なんか嫌な予感がするけど。
It's kind of strange that Marisol is the only one that has the same outfit over and over. But then again, it makes sense because that's how she looks when she separated from channel or something. Not entirely though, not entirely. Before Marisol knew it, Akizia and Vidya has already flanked me tightly on either side. They pinned me down onto the couch and promptly wrapped me in an oversized blanket.
分析員さんにギュッとしてもらえたらどんな映画でも怖くありません。ムルソー、私たち先を取られたみたい。大丈夫だってチェルノ、まだ一番いい位置が残ってんだぜ。
Oh my god. Hold on. I'll let you guys continue. I'll continue the dialogue just to show you. Sprung on by Marisol's cue, Channel scuttled over in the quick little steps. She lifted a little corner of the blanket covering me and slipped underneath with practical ease, then perched herself right on my lap. Yes, that's the best spot that she could ever get out of me. That's crazy. Akizia on my... I forgot which side. Akizia on my left, Vidya on my right, and she gets the crotch area.
分析員さん、チェルノとムルソー、ここに座っていいですか？
She's playing innocent! Oh my god, I love Cherno so much. Of course.
みんな、準備はもういい？それじゃ、再生するね。
Akizia play hit and brightly, each visual flickers to the life on the screen. Crimson title texture crawled across the frame, back at the eerie soundtrack, instantly setting the chilling tone. By the time we were on the third of the way through, I already clocked the pattern. A cursed old hotel haunted by the vengeful spirit, guests vanishing one by one under mysterious circumstances. The plot was a bit cliche, but the horror staging was surprisingly effective. With every scary scene, the girls on either side of me would tense up, breathing faster in unison. Chano, on the other hand, was totally absorbed by her little head itching towards the screen with fascination.
なんだか全身寒気が。分析員さん、温めてくれませんか？
Vidya, as always, as thirsty as possible she can always be. Vidya's foot brushed against my ankle, cold as ice. Gets closer, I warmed them up.
そこでお願いなんですが、分析員さんのあそこで暖を取ってもいいですか？
What's the warmest spot? I gave her a slight nod. She curled up in my lap, legs draped over my chest. Her feet found the warmest spot. The sudden contact still sent a shiver through me. But little by little, that warmth flowed through between us, melting the cold from her skin.
分析員さん、ムルソー、今度緑色のお化けケーキを作りませんか？ちょっと待って。シェルの私たちの場所が取られたぞ。
Oh, it's her leg, that's why. Or is it me? I don't know. Marisol protest snapped Chano out of it. She finally clocked Vidya's sneaky move and scooped back fast. With all that pressure from every angle, my head started to spin. Which head? Akizia, lulled by the horror-flicked atmosphere, sat nearby with half-lidded eyes, completely oblivious to the chaos under the blanket. Whew. My sight didn't go unnoticed. Acacia glanced over, tightening her hold on my arm.
分析もしかして怖い？怖いなら無理しないで。こうしよう。
Okay, that was really off. I saw the mouth moving, but then I don't hear any dialogue, and then after that I hear dialogue. That needs to be fixed. She gently placed her hand over my eyes, shielding me from the screen. With vision gone, every other sense kicked into high gear. Yep, that's pretty much what it is. My head sensing or tingling. My head senses are tingling. That's what I'm trying to say. For a while, I drift in that heightened perception until the room suddenly fell silent. Sensing something was off, occasionally pulled her hands away. Soft light poured back into my eyes.
あれ、急に止まっちゃいました。
Acacia slid off the sofa to check. As soon as she pulled out the disc, the DVD player let out a puff of smoke.
焦げた匂いがしますね。
シェルノが作った飯みてえな匂いだ。
Oh, she just burned her in more ways than one. God damn.
劣化でショートしたみたい。
Let the poor thing rest in peace. After decades of service, it's more than earned it. Spotted a reluctance on her face. I gently took the still warm device from her hands. I'll ask the logistic department. Maybe they can patch it up for you.
もし治ったら。
Then I'll finish the movie with you, of course.
怖くて息が上がってたくせに。ま、そこまで言うなら後悔だけはしないでよね。
I don't think I was scared. I think I was... increased intimacy. That's what you would call it. I won't. On the way to the logistics department, I dropped Chino, Marisol, and Video off at their rooms. As I examined the DVD player in the hallway, I heard soft footsteps approaching me behind me. A moment later, a little tap landed on my shoulder. I turned to find a girl I didn't recognize. Her long hair shimmered under the corridor's light, streaking with eye-catching pink highlights. She was standing unusually close and carried a delicate fruity scent, soft and sweet like a fuzzy peach.
人事部に行きたいんだけど、道教えてくんない？
She beamed as she asked, her smile curved into an effortlessly charming expression. Okay, if you take away her hairstyle, she literally looks like Marin Kirigawa. Her eye color, her smile, her facial features, it literally looks like her. In my opinion, except that she's a bit thicker compared to her, also. HR is one floor down. You're on the wrong level.
下の階？
She cupped her cheeks, letting out an odd but adorable little gasp.
いやー、マジ感謝。教えてくれんかったら絶対面接に遅れちゃうもん。
And without the ear piercing. Because she has a lot of ear piercings, this girl does not.
道を教えてくれたお礼、何にしよっかな。
That's really not... It was just a small favor. I was about to politely decline, but the girl in front of me didn't give me the chance. She leaned in slightly, tilted her head towards me. That's when I noticed, perched atop of her hair was a pair of ear-like tufts.
お礼に特別に触らせてあげるよ。
It was an unusual offer, but the way she twitched caught my eye, and curiosity began to creep in. Were they actually ears? What could they feel like? Seeing me hesitate, she leaned in even closer, her eyes crinkling into cheerful little crescents like she smiled.
触んなくていいの？手触り最高だし。
Give them a feel. When she was introduced, I thought she was gonna be like Mo, the one that introduced like every each patch of the trailer of what's coming of the next game of the each event that we're gonna be getting. I thought that was gonna be her. I gave her a cautious pinch with my fingertips, and she let out a tiny squeak, nudging her head deeper into my palm. A soft brush bloomed across her cheeks. Her face radiated pure contentment. They're not real ears? The cat-like tufts on her head were soft and silky, but had no warmth to them.
と思うじゃん。
Although to be fair, the way how it's drawn, it could be like bed hair, or the way how the barber cut the hair, it leaves off that familiar feature. I think that's gonna be really hard to do though.
本当は髪の毛。なんでかここずっとこんな感じで跳ねちゃってるんよね。
I don't know how that works, but okay.
皆さん。
An HR staffer hurried over and, upon spotting me, bowed quickly with a fluttering look.
あ、分析員さんすみません。こちらはミヤさん。うちの人事部の面接を受けに来た子なんです。ちょっと目を離したらすぐどっかに行っちゃうんですよ。本当に困りました。
No worries. Don't let them keep you from your interview. I kept my tone as gentle as possible, but the staffer still looks rattled and shot Mia a look that clearly meant hurry up. But Mia just flashed me a bright smile and waved cheerfully as she turned to go. She did it with such easy familiarity, like we're old friends.
そんじゃ分析員、面接行ってくるね。
From down the long hallway, I could just make out the HR staffer's slightly exasperated voice.
ミヤさんいいですか？今度こそしっかりついてきてくださいね。一人で勝手にうろついちゃダメですからね。特任採用とはいえ、ちゃんと就業規則を守ってもらわないと。
Why does that voice remind me of the voice actress that voices Aqua or Chizuru? Although I guess she gets the bad part of the characters. Like Aqua, she makes fun of Chizuru. She's like the most hated character in the series. I don't know. Soon, their voice faded, leaving only the lingering sense of peaches in the air. My terminal buzz snapped me out of my memory and back to the sea resort. A new message blinked onto the screen.
分析員さんが楽しめたのならよかったです。それじゃ、私とムルソーはエンヤ姉さんの手伝いに行きますね。ゲームが終わったら美味しい串焼きが食べられるぜ。
Kebabs, huh? If we're having a barbecue tonight, I wonder what fruit Enya lined up for the healthy snack afterwards. As the thought crossed my mind, an ocean breeze swept in, carrying the soft, sugary scent of peaches. Okay, so it's gonna show that she's gonna be in this. Game start. Oh, hold on. Can I? Actually, yeah. I showed you what she looks like. Can I show you Akizia? Some of you guys might be confused. She used knives as her main weapon. The prime as her skill damage. But the main weapon she used is a pistol. So, yeah.
敵を海に追い返す。
Before we start, let's get every good angle of what Naruto looks like. Up. Back. Side. Lower half. Also lower half. We need to get a good angle of what she looks like. For those who want to get her. So, if you guys want to get her, it's a good opportunity. Oh, damn. That's crazy. This girl is so daring. Also, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to this channel. It will help me a lot. Hold on. Let's do this. I'll show you guys the ultimate later.
ここドローンが多すぎない？
そう。もうちょっと数を増やそうと思ってたんだけど、後方支援部からこれ以上貸せないって言われてもう一回。
ホテルに入った途端にドッキリとかそういうのはないわよね。急にドローンが飛び出してきたりとか。ひひひ。うわ、どうしよう。何その含み笑い。確かここの一番下って博物館なのよね。見たから聞いたんだけど、リノーラ家が植えた植物ってすごいらしいよ。
おう、詳しく聞かせて。
電波を破壊したり、ロボットを動かしちゃったりとか。まさか博物館に置かれてるのも同じものじゃないわよね。
闇を恐れる。
Sorry guys, I'm not paying attention. I'm just trying to figure out what's happening. That's crazy. Akizia led us from the water park back up to the hotel floor. The elevator's doors slid open, slowly revealing the inside of the lobby. The resort staff has already cleared out. Only a few service bots still move about, making the place even more deserted.
さあ、こっちだよ。
She stepped out first, pointing towards a quiet corner. There, a small square table stood waiting. Neatly arranged on it were 4 sets of cards and pencils, along with a handful of colorful polyhedral dice.
リアル RPG をプレイするには、まず自分が演じるキャラクターを作成しなければ。私が順を追って説明するね。
We each took a seat and picked up one of the blank character sheets she laid out. Hold on, let's get a good view. Alright, teacups, there's a lighting, the polyhedral dice. They only have 10 sides. Okay. Yeah, this actually looks really cute. This is really cute.
まずはそれぞれ自分の職業と名前の記入からだね。でも今回はルールを簡易化してるから、みんなの職業は怪事件を追う調査員で統一されてるの。
Ah, okay. So this is basically D&D, except this is something else. Except there is no D&D.
調査員のみんなが一緒にバカンスを楽しんでいたら事件が起きましたというのが背景。
調査員が一緒にバカンス？タイタンが出現したら誰が対処するんだ？
Although this also makes sense because it would be easier on Fanny. She's not really a girl who plays video games. And I don't think about Cirrus does the same thing also, so.
だからタイタンなんてない世界観だよ。っていうかネリーダにはもっと設定を大事にしてほしい。本職のことは一回忘れて。
That too. Cirrus tapped her chin thoughtfully. The look only made her seem even more adorable.
じゃあ名前だけを書けばいいんだよね。キャラの名前を考えた方がいいのかな。
I think this is a special trivia. It's been said that Cirrus is the oldest oldest female character within the series, so it's kind of odd that Narita looks like the older character, but Cirrus is the oldest.
ダーリンに別の呼び方をされるのは嫌よ。私はファニーのままにするわ。
じゃあ分析員は名前を変えてみない？ユグドラシルインキュバスとか似合いそうだし。
If you're curious how old she is, I think she's 27. That's as what my memory is remembering. Akizia shot me a look. Equal parts odds and expectant. No, that's a bit cringy and over the top for me. After I said it, I caught a glimpse of Narita blushing faintly. She quietly grabbed the eraser and started frantically scrubbing everything off her sheet. From the length of it, probably it has been Six Envy, Envoy. Akezia glanced across, murmuring thoughtfully to herself.
全員本名じゃん。まあ初プレイだし恥ずかしいのもわかるよ。じゃあ次はスキルについて説明するね。一人につき2つのスキルが選べる。スキルを決める際にキャラの肉付けとして考えるのがポイントなの。
I hate doing backstories. It's so like you had to come up with weird ideas just to figure out what you want to put in there. And this actually reminds me of a lot of animes that is either isekai or fantasy animes that you see. And then they already have the roles what you get as either they're OP or they're out of place.
詳しく言うと、なぜ自分のキャラがこのスキルを使えるのか、その設定もちゃんと考えないと。
She unfurled a densely packed skill sheet, brimming with a line after a line of options. Honestly, with that many choices, it's hard to know where to even begin. Any suggestions for beginners?
ないよ。どれも活躍できるスキルだもん。
無駄そうなものばかりだな。調査員がこんなのを習ってどうする？
The former chief investigator of Academia Archipelago grumbled as she skimmed the list, clearly unimpressed.
そうだな。聞き耳と脅迫にするか。他よりは少しマシだろう。
Even if she didn't fully get it, Narita still made her picks first, true to her usual decisiveness. If the setting's anything like the backstory, this hotel probably is crawling with hidden threats. Exploration and first aid skills might come in handy. I'll take search and first aid.
私は心理学と精神分析がいいな。昔大学でも学んだことがあるからうまく演じられるかも。
That just leaves Svenny.
もうみんな決まったの？
Then everyone's eyes on her. Feelings everyone's eyes on her. Benny's voice wavered with a hint of panic.
じゃあ勝利と魅惑ってとこかしら。
What? I don't think she was paying attention.
便利そうだし、何よりこの私にふさわしいスキルね。家族思いで魅力的な私がみんなを勝利に導いてダーリンをメロメロにしてみせちゃうわ。
じゃあ最後にみんなのキャラシートを確認したらゲームスタートだよ。
She gathered the sheets and scanned through them carefully. Her brow furrowed slightly when she got to Fanny's, lingering on it a little longer than the rest.
あれファニーのスキルシートでは調理と運転4輪になってるよ。選び間違えたの？でもシートは提出したら変更できないんだよね。仕方ないけど今回はこのままでいくね。
返させてよ。
Her face flushed crimson as she lunged for the sheet, but Akizia was already one move ahead. It's fine, Fanny. You'll never know. Maybe this little mistake will end up working in your favor.
もう運転4輪なんて何の役に立つっていうの。
I'm more confused about the cooking part. What's the cooking part that she's talking about? Akizia gave a theatrical little cough, then proceeded to officially begin our grand adventure.
それは雨の降りしきる夜だった。車が故障して立ち往生していた調査員たちは近くのホテルで雨宿りすることにした。ホテルの中は肌寒くカビ臭い匂いが漂っている。だが雨をしのぐには調査員たちはここで過ごすしかなかった。
So, this is what the game master does.
誰もいない受付の前を通ろうとすると一行の後ろから低い陰惨な声が響いた。
いらっしゃいませ。
Startled, Ceres and Fanny dove behind me in a flash. But the figure stepped out from the shadows was some dreadful specter.
分析員また会えたね。
The bubbly pink-haired girl bounced into view, a few dainty dice jiggling cheerful at her waist.
私のことを覚えてる？
Mia.
もう名前覚えられてるとかマジ嬉しいんだけど。
知り合いなの？
We ran into each other during her interview at Yggdrasil. As I spoke, I thought I caught the faintest flicker in her smile. There and gone in an instant, probably just my imagination.
なるほど。あの時この方が私が呼んだサプライズゲストだよ。
I screwed up. Because not once I skipped the dialogue, this is the first time I did it. Well, not the first time, but yeah, but I'm already annoyed.
シナリオを書いたのは私だけど、ゲームマスターを務めるならまだ経験は少なくて、そこでネットで募集をかけてプロのゲームマスターを呼んできた。これからはミヤさんがマスターとしてゲームを進めてくれるの。
No sooner has Akizia finished speaking than Mia grabbed my hand and shook it with a bubbly enthusiasm, eyes sparkling like a puppy wagging its tail.
任せといて。分析員に最高の初体験を約束するし。初体験だって？ダーリンが初体験なわけないでしょ。いや、初めてのリアル RPG って意味だし。
Fanny's face turned bright red, while Mia just giggled and tossed me a cheeky wink. I'm looking forward to it, Miss Mia. Oh, Mia-san. Akizia crossed her arms, clearly satisfied to see the group energies ramping up.
それじゃあ私はこれで。シナリオのエンディングを見たら真面目な感想や意見を聞かせてね。
As Akizia heads for the elevator, a sharp clap from Mia snapped us back to attention.
そんじゃあ調査員のみんな気を取り直してゲームを続けよっか。
Then Mia's cheerful smile vanished. Her eyes turned glassy in disdain as she clipped seamlessly into her bellhop character. Akezia wasn't exaggerating. Mia really was a natural born game master.
いらっしゃいませ。何かお手伝いできることはありますか？
Our car broke down just outside. Do you have any tools we could borrow, or someone we can call for help?
整備の工具。申し訳ありませんが、当ホテルにはありませんね。代わりに整備士に連絡いたしましょうか。少々お待ちください。ダイヤルを回しながら受話器を耳に当て、短い会話をした後、ベルスタッフは電話を切った。誠に申し訳ないのですが、整備士さんが来るのは最速でも明日になるそうです。
ならここで一晩過ごすしかないか。
Narita frowned, her tone edged with caution. Let's scope the place out a bit before checking in, see what we can learn. Seeing we were about to take action, Mia smoothly dropped out of character and switched to a breezy, upbeat tone.
みんな、そろそろ行動してみたいって感じ？じゃあ、判定のこと説明するね。リアル RPG では、すべての行動はダイスの出目で成功するかが決まるの。出目が0から10だとクリティカル、11から50だと成功、51から95だと失敗、96から100だとファンブル。プレイヤー全員が行動を決めたら、次はドキドキ止まらない判定が始まるわけ。さっき分析員はホテルを回ってみたいって言ったんだよね。
Yeah.
うえい。じゃあ偵察の判定始めるね。
Alright, let's go. Standard fail.
あれ、失敗したわ。
Okay, so as I noticed, I'm glad that there's a different outcome for each one of them because when I started doing this the storyline, I've been getting a lot of hands-on scenario, but this time I got a fail one, so I'm curious what's happening here.
じっくり観察したが、分析員は何も見つけられなかった。確かに古びたホテルだが、泊まるのは一晩だけだし、大丈夫だろうと分析員は判断した。
Nothing at all. That's kind of disappointing. The bellhop's chilling voice rang out again, this time laced with a hint of irritation.
ではお客様、チェックインでよろしいですか？
ちょっと待って。
Benny motioned us over urgency and we all leaned in.
ホラー映画だと単独行動は死亡フラグよ。ここは全員で同じ部屋に泊まるべきよ。
Good call. Miss, one room will do for all of us. At that, the bellhop curled her lips into a stiff, searing smile.
4人で一つの部屋ですか？恐縮ですが、それはちょっとおかしいのではないでしょうか。それに、当ホテルは部屋に定員数というのがございまして。
おかしいのはこのホテルでしょ。
あくまでも私たちを単独行動させて一人ずつ仕留めるつもりみたいだな。
Let's see if we can talk her down. Now then, who's the best person for this job? Okay, I think Narita could do it. Benny, not quite. She's kind of gullible in some way. Sears, she's... Actually, I'm not sure, so let's go with Narita.
任せろ。黙らせてやる。
Okay, intimidated check overwhelmed by bellhop with pressure. Let's see if I get it. Before, I've been getting success, and then I only got one failure. But let's see how this one goes.
だから同じ部屋に泊まると言っただろうが、文句でもあるのか？
わあ、ネリーダさん、すごいやつ。
She's really getting into her role.
ネリーダの気迫に押されて、ベルスタッフはビクビクと震え出した。わかりました。ではご案内します。紆余曲折はあったものの、やはり調査員たちは同じ部屋に泊まることができた。
As Mia picked up the thread of narration, she smoothly ushered us to the location of the next scene.
案内された部屋は思いのほか居心地よさそうな内装だった。きれいに整ったベッドの上には一冊のパンフレットが置かれていた。
With Mia's not so subtle cue, we all zeroed in on the clue. Naturally, we picked up the handbook and began to flip through. The first few pages were mundane, contact numbers, hotel layouts, the usual. But the final page were entirely different. The layout became erratic. The text jagged and printed in a glaring blood red font. It reads: Guest notes. 1. Do not approach the peephole. 2. Do not open the door for any other guests. 3. Do not leave your room after nightfall. It may take notice. 4. If you've already been noticed, please surrender peacefully and become one of us. Resistance is futile.
あのお方って？
Fanny lowered her voice to a whisper, as if afraid that even asking might summon whatever the handbook warned against. A shrilled ring shattered the silence in the room. The crimson red rotary phone on the nightstill was rattling violently. Nightstand, not nightstill. Already on the edge, the girls all flinched. Pick up the phone. The moment the receiver touched my ear, the voice drenched in terror and despair spilled through. A blast of static cut the call short. The line went dead. A heavy, uncanny silence settled over the room. No one spoke. Every eye remained locked on the now stilled phone.
どうしよう。パンフレットには夜は外出禁止って書いてあるけど。
助けてやらないと私たちもホテルに閉じ込められるみたいだ。分析員、何か考えは？
The caller didn't say where they were, but we're not going to find any answers sitting around. I'd rather take initiatives than wait to get picked off.
そうね。ダーリンの言う通りにしましょう。わーい。
真夜中にもかかわらず大胆な作戦に出ることにした調査員たち。部屋のドアを開け、ぞろぞろと部屋を出ていくと、今夜の客人たちは運が良かったようだ。注意事項の第4項に記された惨劇は珍しいことに起こらなかったのだ。
ハルル。
As Mia was narrating the scene, I heard a strange noise. I turned and caught a flicker of something faint, glowing blue along its edge, slipping just out of view. Was that part of the scenario too? But when I look again, there was nothing. Only the lamplight and our shadows. Nothing else. Okay, so we finished progress 3, now we're on to progress 4. Okay. Did you just hear that? Did you hear that just now?
何も聞こえなかったけど。
Benny shook her head and glanced around. Then something seems to dawn on her. Her face darkened.
まさか。
Before she could finish, deep, heavy chimes echoed through the corridor. 10 tolls in all.
10時の鐘だな。電話の女が言ってたことが本当なら、12時までにホテルの呪いを解かないと。
永遠に閉じ込められる？
Sirius instinctively edged closer. Her hands reached out to one of the hem of my shirt. But I was only in my swim trunks today. Her hands fumbled, then awkwardly laced onto my waistband instead.
じゃあ残り2時間しかないじゃない。
Exactly. We'll need to move fast. Let's start by searching the area. Adjacent search looks for clues in the corridor. Alright. I think I could pass this, I'm not sure. Okay.
調査員たちが神経を研ぎ澄まして周りを調べていると、カーペットに突如真っ赤な足跡がどこからともなく現れた。トントン、まるで見えない何かに導かれているように足跡は遠くへ進んでいった。同時に調査員たちの近くに残っている跡はゆっくりとカーペットに染み込んでいった。どうやら見えない何かが前へ走っていったようだ。
As Mia wrapped her narration, a ghostly projection of the footprints flickered into view, uncannily lifelike. Narita, anything on your end?
私は周りの音に聞き耳を立てた。
Alright, listen, looks for clues in the corridor. It could be a failure. It could be. Oh, I passed. Okay.
周囲の音に集中していると、ふとネリーダは不気味な笑い声に気づいた。ししし。
誰だ？
かくれんぼしようよ。私たちを捕まえて。捕まえられたらどうなる？きししし。私たちの新しいおもちゃになる。
We gave chase, weaving through hallway after hallway, only to watch the eerie footprints fade into nothing.
どういうこと？
どうやらその見えない何かの速度は恐ろしく速く、人間の足では追いつけないようだ。
ほざけ、私たちはただの人間ではない。
じー。
Mia tilted her head as Narita with a knowing look, as if silently reminding her, stay in character.
いや、悪い。確かに私たちはただの人間だ。
Oh my god, that's pretty funny, because that's not something that extraordinary humans should be.
追いつけないと手がかりもなくなるでし りだね。
そんなことないって。他の場所をうろついてみたら？リアル RPG は自由度の高さが売りだし。まあでも今の線を引き続き追いたいならできなくもないよ。調査員はみんな幸運ってステータスを持ってんの。幸運の判定に成功したら何かいいことが起きるかもしんないよ。
We're so close to a breakthrough. It'll be a waste to stop now. Let's test our luck and see what happens.
じゃあ幸運判定をしたい人。
I wasn't paying attention. We did me. We did Narita. The only characters we're left with is Cirrus and Benny. I think we'll go with Cirrus. Roll check. Alright, let's see. Oh my god. That was barely.
足跡に追いつく方法がなく、調査員たちが立ち往生しているその時、彼らの前にどこからともなくあれが現れたのだった。
Okay,
そう。現れたのは。
Okay, my bad. I didn't expect her to do that, and I interrupted her again. That's getting really annoying.
現れたのは
最高峰のスピーカー、電動リアウィング、ポータブル冷蔵庫。そのどれもついていないけど、3秒台で時速100キロに達する加速性能を持つプラズマカーだった。
What? Mia threw her arms wide, proudly presenting the toy-sized vehicle behind her.
はあ？プラズマカーこいで追えって言うの？
If it goes 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, I say drive is the right verb to hear.
いや、そんなことよりも。これ、自動運転機能がついてないから、誰か運転できる人いないと使えないよね。
じゃあ、私がやるしかないのよね。
Before Mia could even finish, Penny was already bouncing with excitement in front of me.
ダーリン、私に任せなさい。スキル、運転かっこ4人を持ってるもの。間違えて選んだスキルが役に立つなんてラッキーね。
Indeed, you're the best pick for this, Penny.
うひょー、やっぱり MVP は私以外ありえない。ってリアル RPG に MVP って概念があるかしら。まあいっか、活躍さえできればそんなのどうだっていいわ。
The moment Penny hopped into the wiggle car, she drew me a cheeky little wink.
ダーリン、落ちないようにギュッとしててね。このプラズマカー結構速いんだから。
The moment the rest of us tried to pile on, Penny slipped right off the tiny seat.
そもそも4人乗れるスペースないじゃない。
確かに狭いな。でも安心しろ、分析員。しっかりお前にしがみつくから。
私も分析員にしっかり捕まる。
I don't think I ever mentioned this before. I wonder where the radii are placed in.
もう。
Seeing Penny's all puffed up with frustration, I scooped her back into the seat and gave her a fluffy golden mane a gentle nudge with my chin. Just like that, my little lioness lit up again.
3人とも捕まったわね。一気にかっ飛ばすわよ。
This is really cute. I like this. Hold on. Yeah, that looks really funny and adorable at the same time. Oh, damn. And just like that, squish onto one hilarious awkward pile. our little chase was back on. In the game lore, the wiggle car was just as fast as a sports car. But in reality, Mia kept pace beside us as a leisurely stroll, not even breaking a sweat. Any earlier excitement vanished in a puff. She drew me a helpless little side glance.
ダーリン、今年のうちに次の展開が見れるかしら？
Feels like we're close. Hang in there, my little lioness.
その時、廊下でひんやりとした風が吹き始め、不気味な雰囲気が一瞬にして辺りを包み込んだ。同時に調査員たちが聞こえたのは、あのベルスタッフのか細い声。聞き分けがないお客様たちですね。夜は外出禁止だって書いてありませんでしたか？あのお方が徘徊を始めましたよ。捕まらないようせいぜい頑張ってくださいね。
え、展開急すぎない？
Benny tensed up, and the wiggle car beneath her wobbling like felt her nerves.
まさか一行の後ろにあのお方が立っていたのだった。さあ、絶体絶命の危機から一行は逃げ切れるのだろうか。すべてはファニーの運転の腕にかかっている。
I think we need Fredia to do the driving skills instead of Benny. I don't know, but it's kind of weird just to have her to do it, just because it requires a skill.
私？
Alright, let's see. If she fails, that'll be hilarious. Oh my god. God damn.
失敗しちゃった。
That one skill that was good on her, it didn't even work out in her favor. God damn. Benny scratched her head, currently baffled by the results.
嘘。私、このゲームの才能があるんじゃなかったの？
Okay.
ファニーは必死にプラズマカーを飛ばしたものの、あのお方の速さにはかなわなかった。じわじわと黒い影が迫ってくる。おぞましいうなり声が耳をつんざく。強敵を前に調査員たちが勝つ確率はほぼゼロに近い。一行の冒険はもはやここまでか。
Benny's lips turned downward, frustration and bitterness flickering in her eyes. I gently pat her head, trying to comfort her with a soft voice. Tabletop RPGs are all about randomness. Good or bad endings, they're all part of the fun. Don't let it get to you. Sirius and Narita chinned in, trying to lift the mood.
大丈夫だよ、ファニー。この後の戦闘で敵をやっつけちゃえばいいんだよ。
ああ、戦闘なら私が本領発揮するところだ。
Is that so? I thought your specialties were listen and intimidate. Narita shot me a look with that half pout, half serious. A look that made the corners of my mouth twitch as I tried not to chuckle. But laughter is contagious, and sure enough, Penny let out a snot.
もう笑わせないでよ。
てか、もうヤバみの極みじゃん。まあでも、だからって積んだってわけでもないよ。プレイヤーはゲーム中に1回だけ展開を変えられるプッシュロールを宣言できるの。ただ、失敗したら 100% でファンブルになっちゃうんだよね。
Benny's face lit up with hope at first, but the moment she heard those final words, her brow knit with worry.
プッシュロール を宣言しようかしら。でもファンブルになっちゃったら。
Yeah, I'm curious. What the hell is a critical failure? Like, if it's... Does something even bad happen or something or like that? She turned to me anxious and uncertain, her eyes silently asking what to do. Don't worry. Whatever happens, I'm with you, all the way.
ダーリンがそう言うならやってみるわ。
The two shimmered 10-sized dice trembled lightly in her palm. But instead of rolling them right away, she closed her hand into a fist and held it out towards me with a soft smile. I understood immediately and placed my hand over hers. Together, we cast a dice that would decide all our fates.
さて、ファニーの判定結果は
Alright, let's see if it works. She have a second chance. Let's go. Okay.
これで生き残れたわよね。
廊下では恐ろしく不気味な気配が漂っていた。息が詰まりそうになりながらも、ファニーはハンドルを回す手を決して止めなかった。アクセルを踏み込み、勢いそのままで角を曲がる。ファニーの華麗な運転のおかげで、一行はようやく瀕死の危機から脱したのだった。
Nice work, my little lioness.
危ない展開だったな。はてさて、次は何が待ち受けているやら。
見て、地面になんかあるよ。
Sirius shrieked and pointed down. Our eyes followed, and there it was. A jagged trail of blood-red footprints scattered and uneven, leading off into the distance. It looks like we were closing in our target. Okay. The dread. Alright. Yeah, we're not gonna get the new series yet. We're just gonna use the old series for the time being. In the meantime, I have to switch back to this character and show you what she looks like in her swimwear and her victory animation.
準備できたよ。行こう。
足跡から見て、こっちだ。
通してください。そうそう。調査員のみんなに伝え忘れたけど、こっから先にはアカシアちゃんの用意したサプライズがあるの。ぜひ探してみて。
Okay, I'm not allowed to go there. Got it.
「捕まえられると思うな」。
地獄の声だ。なんだかこの声聞き覚えあるような。あれれ、こういう時どうすみません。私もやればできるじゃん。もう迷わない。もらっちゃっていいの？さっきは危なかったな。
Yeah, I think Sirius' voice did change a little bit.
目標達成。記録完了。もう使えるの？さっきは危なかった。
Oh, by the way, before I keep going, I have to tell you, she's really easy to use. So she's not that OP as she used to, but she's still fun to play with.
?404 号室の女みたいに永遠にここに閉じ込められるのだから。
怪我した記憶なんて忘れちゃえ。
Oh, frick. I just realized. Okay, there's a reference to that. There's a movie reference to that. I forgot what that movie is called. But the other day I forgot to show you her. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I'm very sorry for that. Before anyone could react, the little ghost played by Channel and Marisol vanished into thin air. The three girls froze and silently hung heavily for what felt like an eternity. The initial fear had faded, but a lingering sense of confusion and uneasiness remained.
さっきのはムルソー？私も見た気がする。目がおかしくなっちゃったのかな。帰ったら医療部に見てもらわないと。
Seriously? You girls think Channel and Marisol showing up together is scarier than ghosts? Cirrus, looking clueless, tilted her head in thought, then gave a firm nod.
だって変だもん。
The bell chimed again, at 11 tolls this time, a chilling reminder of how little time we have left. Let's save Channel and Marisol mystery for after the game. For now, we need to focus on piecing together the clues we already got.
さっき彼女たちが言っていた404号室の女性、もしかして電話で助けを求めてきた人か？
きっとそうよ。早く助けに行きましょう。
Benny tapped the air with triumphant gleam in her eyes.
にしても404ってなかなか不吉な数字ね。
With our objective decided, Nia led us to the door of room 404. Ew, I hate that number. Besides of opening it, she cleared her throat and squared her shoulders, getting ready to slip back into character. It seems like this segment might have some hidden twists.
話し合った結果、調査員たちは404号室を調べることにした。ところが、試しにドアノブを回してみたが、びくともしなかった。どうやら中から鍵がかかっている。
こんなことになるのなら、スキルは鍵開けにしておけばよかった。
Didn't you say investigator don't need that many skills?
それはアクルポリス学院の調査員ならばという話だ。
Seeing us stumped by the locked door, Mia gave a slight smile and introduced a new rule.
プレイヤーには自分で選んだスキル以外にも固有スキルってやつがあるんだよね。なんか積んでないってなったらアイデアを判定してみるのもありなの。成功したら何かひらめくかもしんない。じゃあ考えがまとまったらどうしたいか教えてね。
Alright, before I did Narita doing this before. Benny, I did give her a chance. I think I'll do Cirrus again because I didn't really get to see how she looks.
私分析員がそう言うならやってみるね。シーリスはドアの鍵に精神分析を発動する。
She stared intently at the doorknob with all the seriousness of the seasoned therapist, like we're truly her troubled patient.
それルール上じゃ無理なんだけど、まあシーリスがクリティカル判定を出したらそのルールを覆せるほどの力を持ってることにするね。
クリティカルはちょっと難しいかもだけど、私頑張ってみるよ。
Before when I did this, I did it with Narita, and that was a critical hit. I'm not sure if this one could work. Alright, so it has to be either a 1, I'm not sure if it's a 0, or 11. Let's see.
本当にクリティカル出したわ。
シーリスの精神療法によってもともと意志を持たない鍵には意志のような何かが芽生えた。
Oh, I guess it kind of does work in some way. Alright.
シーリスはさらに精神分析学の理論を用いて鍵に語りかけ始めた。
Sure.
あなたは鍵なんかじゃない。あなたは鍵なんかじゃない。あなたは縮れ麺。あなたは縮れ麺。
What? Serious, you're just too adorable. I love you way too much. Pizza?
いや、まさか私鍵じゃなくて縮れ麺だったなんて。扉を守る意味なんて最初からなかったんだね。
God damn it, serious. That serious look, it makes you way too cute. Stop it.
これからは縮れ麺としての人生を謳歌しなければ。
She even role-playing the lock now? That level of commitment is honestly impressive.
カチャンという解錠音とともにドアが開き、部屋の中の様子が調査員たちの視界に映り込んだ。
Oh wait, so if I choose Penny and she used her cooking skills, maybe it will test out what it's gonna be like. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll do this in another video, maybe. When we stepped into the hotel room, nearly identical to the one we stayed in before, though a bit smaller. Before anyone could speak, a frail, trembling voice called out from a corner.
来ないで。
It took us this long just to see this video. Wait, I'm not sure if this. Wait, is this outfit for a grave or a celestial swan? Because when she took flight, she was in celestial swan. I'm not sure if this one's gonna be a grave or celestial swan. But it says a grave for some reason, so I'm not sure.
あれ、ビデオだ。
Technically, it's an NPC played by Video. Even though we kind of broke character the moment we saw her, she never missed a beat. Tears welled in her eyes. In that instant, she looked heartbreakingly fragile and desperate.
やめて。あれを召喚するのはやめて。部屋の中には一人、体中が傷だらけの女性がいた。どうやら先ほどの電話をかけた女性らしい。体の傷以外にそのメンタルもかなり不安定なように見えた。その途切れ途切れの言葉からすると、どうやら彼女はホテルの秘密を知っているようだ。 で、調査員たちが取る行動は
Okay, tend to her wound. Okay, I did tend to her wounds first, but I want to do this one instead. Find a way to bring her mind back to normal.
やってみるね。私にはわかる。あなたにまだ強い意志が残っている。よければ悩みを聞かせてくれないかな。
Alright, psychoanalysis, sue the girl. Let's see. Because I failed with this one, I'm gonna tell you, if I treat her wounds, I got a failure because in my first aid kit, I got like Asian noodles and pasta for some reason. So let's see what I get for this one. Okay, it's a fail. Oh, 7-7, that's not bad.
失敗しちゃった。
シーリスは専門知識をほぼ総動員したが、女性は依然としてトラウマにとらわれたままでいた。ぼんやりした意識で女性は誰にも理解できないことをブツブツとつぶやいていた。しかしそんな中でも彼女はテーブルに置かれている手帳をじっと見つめていた。まるでそこには自分の最後の希望があるかのように。
Our next lead must be those notes on the desk. Let's check them out. I pick up the stack of slightly yellow pages, each one covered edge to edge of the intricate occult symbols. A few pages in, a colored illustration slipped out, its rough frayed edges suggesting it had been torn from a book. The creature in the picture has torso draped in the vivid flower petals, but its lower half was grotesque skeleton. A contrast was deeply unsettling. The wrapped form radiates a strange visceral unease. If my hunch was right, this thing was the final boss we'll be up against. Finally, on the last page, there was something even non-occultists like us could actually make sense of.
長らく研究してきた甲斐があったわ。ついにあれを退治する方法を見つけた。ロビーで銀粉を使って魔法陣を書き、あれを召喚する呪文を逆さまに読み上げれば、きっとあれを。
The handwriting was frantic and uneven, even clearly scrawled in a rush. Below it ran a long stretch of text, the exorcism incantation. A heavy chime rang out, just one this time. That meant we had just half an hour left.
もう時間がないから調査がしたいなら急がないと。
方法が判明したからには早速ロビーで大麻の儀式を行おう。
Not quite yet.
なんでだ？
According to the notes, besides the incantations and the signal patterns, we still need one last thing for the exorcism.
銀粉だね。
Exactly. If we try to perform the ritual unprepared, we could end up making things worse.
銀粉？どこで手に入れればいいんだ？
As we spoke, Fanny squinted up at the top of the tall cabin across the room. She stood on tiptoe, peering at it for a moment, then turned to me. Eyes sparkled with excitement.
ダーリン、あそこ見て。あのガラス瓶、銀粉みたいなのが入ってるわよ。
I walked over for a closer look. Sure enough, a glass jar labeled silver powder, tucked high on the shelf. It wouldn't be easy to reach, but it wasn't possible either. It wasn't impossible, I mean to say. My mistake. While everyone else was focusing on the jar of silver powder, Sierra suddenly felt a chill run down her back. A strange sound echoed in her ear, part bubbling water, part soft snore. Slowly, she turned and spotted a wall-mounted laundry chute. These chutes usually lead to the hotel laundry room, usually for easy transport lining.
もしかして新しい手がかりなのかな。
Driven by curiosity, Ceres edged closer to the laundry chute, cracking it open just to silver, and peered down into the yawning void.
あららら。
There was no light inside, yet she caught a faint glimpse of something spherical floating in the darkness. She leaned in for a better look, and her foot suddenly slipped. Okay, I need to pause this part. She's really... So it is nailed down. Okay, that's interesting. This is the first time seeing that. All right. Without warning, she stumbled headfirst into the chute. With a heavy thud, she landed unceremoniously on the laundry room floor. Ow, that's gotta hurt. Groaning soft, she rumbled her head and looked around. But the mysterious object was nowhere to be found. Not in the chute, not in the room. It was as if it had never been there at all. Ceres, are you okay? I lunged forward for the moment. She slipped and reached out, but it's been seconds too late. Thankfully, the chute acoustics were surprisingly good. We could still hear each other clearly.
私は大丈夫、分析。でも落ちてきた時に床に穴を開けちゃったよ。後で弁償した方がいいかな。
She's sheepless little voice floated up to me, and I couldn't help but laugh, part relief, part amusement. Don't worry about that. What matters is that you're alright. What happened?
パイプの中に変なものがあったから、新しい手がかりかなと思って確認しようとしたら、足を滑らせて落ちてきちゃったの。でもいざ降りてみても何もなくて、やっぱり見間違いだったかも。
Just in her head? Funny, I had a similar feeling earlier. Could this hotel really be haunted?
私のせいでみんなの時間を無駄にしちゃった。12時までに大麻の儀式を終えなきゃいけないのに、間に合わなかったらどうしよう。何言ってるのよ。いくら覚醒者だからってこんな高いところから転落したんだし、絶対ないじゃない。もう少しそこで休んでなさいよね。
Benny leaned over beside me, peering down the chute with concern.
でも
Ceres hesitated, clearly still caught up in the game. The map in the handbook says the laundry's room on B1. That's quite close to the lobby.
ここからロビーに向かうのにも時間が必要だ。ロビーで合流するなら、シーリスはこっちが移動してる間に休んでおくといい。
Ceres, does that work for you?
それじゃあ分析ロビーで会おうね。
After making sure Ceres was alright, I turned to Mia. She was leaning casually against the door, already set to lead us into the next scene. Alright, we got everything we need. Let's not keep Ceres waiting.
じゃあ出発ね。
わーい。調査員たちは大麻儀式用の材料を持って堂々とした足取りでロビーへ向かっていった。
Mia lead the way through the hotel, narrating with her usual theatrical flair. Fanny and Narita followed close behind, but Fanny's mind began to drift, and before she knew it, she'd fallen behind.
シナリオもそろそろ終盤ね。あとはボス戦なのかしら。私戦闘用のスキルを持ってないし、プッシュロールも使っちゃったし、みんなをグッドエンドに導くためにもっとうまく立ち回らないと。
The more her thought raced, the slower her steps became. She figured she reached the stairwell until she looked up. A solid wall blocked her path.
あれ？どういうこと？
Panic creeping in, and she looked around. The others were nowhere to be seen.
私の方向感覚は悪くないはず。さっきからぼーっとしてたせいかしら。
She stood frozen for a moment, then decided to try a different route to the lobby. She took a deep breath and turned down a new hallway.
カレル。
The sudden sound made her jump, nearly stumbled backward. She held her breath and strained to listen, but after several tense seconds, there's only a silence.
なんなの？もう。
She patted her chest and quickened her pace, eager to shake off the creeping unease. After what felt like ages, she finally reached the end of the hallway, expecting to see the stairway, but her steps froze. Stretching before her was the exact same hallway. Same painting, same carpet patterns, same vases, arrangement in the exact same spot. Oh my god, this gives me the PT vibes, the demo one. But it never really released properly, so I'm pretty sad that happened.
なんで？
Her pace slowed, doubt sinking in with every step she moved forward again. She turned a corner and found herself back in the same hallway again.
ずっと一本道のはずなのに。
Yet, after yet another loop, a door finally appeared at the end of the corridor. Growing irritated, Fanny stopped over and flung it open. But beyond the door was the same eerie, silent hallway. But this time, something was different. A haze film clouded her vision like the air was thick with visible pollen. She rubbed her nose, even breathing felt harder now. Then an odd thought drifted into her mind. Odd, not because it made no sense, but because she could tell that it hasn't come from her thinking. It felt more like a doubt that had silently taken root, sprouted and bloomed into something vivid and unsettling. Maybe she wasn't stuck in a loop. Maybe she was the loop, just another lifeless fixture in this dreary, hollow space. Alright, now we're on the oddities. Okay. I know Akizia is not going to be in this, but I'm going to leave her in there for now.
廊下。またさっきのとそっくりの廊下。アイスドリンクで一息つきましょうよ。
Yeah, see, even the paintings give off the PT vibes when you're in the hallway.
周りの景色がますますおかしくなってきたわね。あれ？私どうやってここに来たの？出口は一体どこよ？ここって本当に現実なの？
I guess I wasn't paying attention.
今日は私たちの貸し切りなのよ。もう早くしてよ。
I guess when you're playing a scary game, you have to pay close attention of where you're looking at.
3つの道、どれも全然同じ見た目じゃない。もうどれが本当の出口なのよ。
Okay, by the way, it doesn't really matter. Each path leads to the same way.
今日は私たちの貸し切りなのよ。
Sorry, I got distracted by the vending machine. Only because I wanted to play I was thinking of the anime.
ああ、もうこんなホテル誰がデザインしたのよ。どう歩いたって同じ道ばっかで頭が痛いわ。
Oh, I just realized her hair is actually a lot shorter from the shorter end compared to the other hair. From the other hair goes up on her. I had to zoom in like that. Yeah, that's the only way I could zoom in. Okay, we don't see the whale. Got it.
アイスドリンクで一息つきましょうよ。
I think the task. Oh, look, another vending machine. I'm thinking of the Hako. I think I'm supposed to use my skill in
閉じ
this.
込められるのって妙に気持ち悪いわ。もう本当に頭きたわよ。
Okay, what am I supposed to do now? Oh.
暑い日は水分補給を今日は私たち泊まりなさい。
Oh, I can repeat that? I didn't realize. Okay, this is interesting.
なにこれ預かっといてね。
Oh, okay. That's really interesting. Really
感
interesting.
じるわよね。ちょっと汗かいちゃったよ。ねえダーリン、汗拭いてくれ。
私が救う必要があるの？家に帰ってゲームする。
Okay, so it's still the same thing regardless. It's just that it's just a different outfit. Tabletop Expedition was down to its final act. According to Vidia's notes, all it took to banish the monster for good was to draw a sigil with silver powder in the hotel lobby and chant an incantation in reverse. Mia took the lead, flipping through the script and mumbling to herself.
あとは戦闘だからボスのステータスは。
When she heard her voice echoing a bit too clearly in the empty hallway, she slapped a hand over her mouth and peeked back at us. Seeing no one's team's face, she sighs in relief.
ネタバレしちゃうとこだった。
For a while, the only sound in the hallway was the soft rustle of script pages.
あれ
A sharp exclamation rang out from behind us, Fanny's voice. I turned, but there was no one there. Just the ceiling lights, flickering in the eerie rhythm of the shadow and glow. A faint breeze brushed my palm, oddly cold. I just realized feels like in summer, you had to talk about scary stories just to keep someone warm, keep someone cool off during the heat. Like something unease has passed through, slipping between layers of reality. Mia and Narita felt it too. Narita scanning the corridor, eyes sharp and alert.
あれ一人いなくなったけど。
Mia tilted her head, peering past me. When she double-checked that Fanny really wasn't there, her confusion deepened and her brows seized. I thought there would be a... okay. A cheery ringtone lifted from a pop hit rang out. It was far too perky to belong to either me or Narita. Mia scrambled for her terminal, tugging out a cascade of keychains along with it. The pink case of her terminal was plastered with stickers, somehow even more eye-catching than the jaggling strings of charms. She glanced at the caller ID, flashing an awkward smile, and swiftly hit decline. Are you going to answer that? Mia shook her head, expression turning serious.
プロのゲームマスターとしてゲーム中にプライベートの電話なんかに出るわけないじゃん。
But a few seconds later, a cheery ringtone kicked in again. Mia hovered her fingers over the screen, visibly toned, then declined once more. How about a quick intermission? Maybe Fanny just stopped somewhere for a breather. I'll go check on her. You two head to the lobby. And Mia, you can return that call. Sounded important. I shot Narita a look. She understood instantly and gave a silent nod.
休憩するの？まあいいっしょ。そんじゃネリーダとロビーで待ってるから早く来てね。
Mia gave a cheerful wave, then bounced off down the hall with Narita in tow, scripted in hand. No sooner had they rounded the corner than my terminal buzzed with a message from Narita.
ホテルには何かがあると
Hard to say for sure, but how Sirius mentioned seeing something. Plus, Fanny vanished out of nowhere. It's all been eaten at me. Reach out to Clarina. Her family funded this hotel. Maybe she knows something we don't.
それより一度ここから退避すべきなのでは調査なら後からでも間に合うだろう
Well, it doesn't feel like we're in any immediate danger. I'd rather confirm my suspicions before sending off alarms. Truth be told, there's another reason for not calling the game off yet, a personal one.
NPC とはすなわち己の演技で物語を劇的に盛り上げる舞台裏の立役者故に演技をさらに磨くべくみんなで名作ホラー映画を鑑賞しよう。
Kezia had poured her heart into this. I hate to quit halfway and let her efforts go to waste.
なるほど
Narita replied blank onto the terminal. Just one word, but it carried her unconditional trust and support. With that settled, Narita turned slightly towards Mia, who was whispering into her terminal a short distance away. Even with Mia's half covered her mouth, Narita enhanced hearing as a manifestation picked up every word of her call.
ミア、なんでさっきの電話に出なかったの？サマーキャンプはどうだった？楽しんでる？
楽しんでるよ。でも今はみんなと買い物してるから長電話はちょっと。
家族からの電話だったか
Almost on instinct, Narita edged closer, close enough to protect without being intrusive. If something really did go wrong in this hotel, she needs to at least keep civilians out of harm's way. That's why Narita took herself. Clarina has been enjoying a leisurely afternoon tea with her aunt and Genora's manor, until her terminal lit up with her message. In a flash, she jumped up from her chair. Ember tea splashes from her cup, soaking into the folds of her own ornament gown. I don't know. Myra looked posed to scold her, but the look on Clarina's face gave her a pause. Instead, she lifted her own teacup with practiced grace, took a sip and murmured.
ユグドラシルに行って間もないのに。まったく、淑女らしくないわ。
But before she could finish, Clarina was gone, the tablecloth still fluttering from the rush of air she left behind. For a second, Myra seamlessly glimpsed a pair of delicate wings fluttering at her niece's back, propelling her forward as she ran.
あの様子。またあの男が原因ね。
Myra let out a resigned sigh. resigned sigh. After winding through the hotel's maze-like hallway, I finally found Fanny. She was sitting in what has to be the hotel's most scenic spot. Behind her, an endless seascape. Behind her, an endless seascape shimmered through the towering glass wall, bathing her in the shapeless ripples of light. One hand propped up her cheek as she sat deep in thought, dazed and clearly drained. The instant she spotted me, her eyes lit up. Without a moment of hesitation, she threw herself into my arms.
ダーリンが探しに来てくれると思ったわ。
Sorry I took too long.
別に私もさっき着いたばかりだから。
Her cheeks rested against my chest, and her skin felt faintly cold.
さっき変な音が聞こえたの。それから。
Her voice grew more flustered by the second, the words falling apart. I glanced down, her eyes still clouded with fear. It's alright, take your time. I'm not going anywhere. I gently sat her down and wrapped an arm around her, waiting as she breathed slowly, steadily. While she finally spoke again, her voice was calmer.
みんなの後ろについて歩いていたのに、いつの間にか目の前に壁が立ちふさがってて。ロビーへつながる他の道を探そうとしたら、まるで迷宮みたいな廊下に入っちゃって、いくら歩いても出られなくて。それに廊下も部屋も全部同じに見えるから、ものすごく気味悪かったの。そしたらなんとなくここに来てしまったってわけ。言っとくけど別にビビってるわけじゃないからね。ただ一人でうろついているのもなんだか心細くって。だからここでダーリンが来るのを待つことにしたのよ。
The memory of those strange visions stirred her up again. Fanny scrubbed at her scalp in the frustration, leaving her golden hair in a tousled mess. I reached out instinctively, running my fingers through the disheveled strands to smooth them out. As her golden locks settled back into small waves, she began to calm down, though she was still grumbling under her breath.
わけがわからないわ。ねえダーリン、一体どういうことだと思う
？Just as Fanny was fretting, my terminal chimed. A jellyfish, a reef fish, and a tiny bat icon lit up one after another. Okay, so that's Narita, that's Sirius, and Clarina. Got it. It's a group call from Narita. Once connected, Clarina's urgent voice came through first. Yeah, we're fine. Just ran into something strange. Narita must fill you in. The sound of rapid pages flipping cracked through the comms. Clarina was rifling through his files at speed. So, does SPH-L12 cause any harm to humans? Certain effects? Then, what if someone's already reacting to it? What should we do? My question made Fanny tense slightly. Her fingers still intertwined with mine, tightening in quiet squeeze. How long do you need? Got it. We'll wait. Thanks, Clarina. With that firm promise, she ended the call. One by one, the icons on screen dimmed. Benny stole a glance at me, lips parting as if she meant to say something, but she closed her mouth at heartbeat later. Why don't we rest here a bit while Clarina finishes her research?
休憩？大丈夫よ。ダーリン、私がアレルギーを起こしてるって思ってるでしょ？そんなわけないじゃない。
She flailed her arms and bounced in place to prove how fine she was. But the moment our eyes meet, she faltered. Her smile stretched thin, betrayed the nerves behind it. Is something making my little lioness nervous? And does it have to do with me?
そう見えた？は、違った。
Realizing she slept, Fanny clapped her hands over her mouth. Her cheeks quietly flushed with telltale red. It was all those silly little dots that give the spores an opening. The influence has cracked open her insecurities and laid them bare. A desperate urge to keep things exciting. A desire to bring more spark to their everyday. But in truth, it all boils down to one quiet, galling fear. What if my darling's getting tired of me? Seeing in this light, the strange vision she had suddenly made a lot more sense.
ねえ、ダーリン、一つ聞きたいんだけど。
After a long, silent tug of war with herself, Fanny finally found the courage to speak. Of course, she got the go-ahead, but the words still caught in her throat. Her better judgment, the guilt quietly stirring inside, told her it wasn't fair to question his love. As silence stretched and she struggled to speak, a soft tint caught her eyes. It was a delicate pink diamond, set into simple men's ring. As she stared, she found the tickle of her nose starting to run. Her eyes mist over. I'm not the only girl in his life. And our covenant ring doesn't exactly go beyond his breezy vacation shirt. But still, he chose to wear it just for me. Okay, I'll let her speak. Well, that's her mind. Because she's speaking in third person to me. So, oh, never mind. I could say it. Her doubts began to lift, fading like morning fog. Her eyes grew clear again.
ダーリンって、囚われてるって気分になったことある？ずっと同じ人と変わり映えしない日々を送って、新鮮さとドキドキを失ったり、飽きそうになったりとか。すごく大事な質問だから真剣に答えてほしいの。
Alright. The seaside hall, our sacred vows, the promise we made, it still all felt like yesterday. I think that's hers dialoguing. Let's see. Fanny's question caught me off guard. I hadn't realized how many days has passed since our covenant. Maybe she wasn't uneasy because something was wrong, but because happiness like this made her worry it might not last. I tapped the edge of the chair as I gathered my thoughts, then responded, okay, that's her. What does so unpredictable mean? What's a life that always the same? Honestly, I can't imagine it. My answer threw her for a loop. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes before she scrambled to explain.
ずっと同じ人っていうか、 その人の全部を知り尽くして、何か目新しいところも新鮮さもなくなって、彼女と一緒に過ごす日々だって。
She trailed off, searching for the right words, but instead memories surfaced to her mind. Okay, so this is her monologue.
Ohayo, darling.
Morning, my little lioness. What does so unpredictable mean? What's a life that always the same? Then it hit her. She didn't have an answer either, because the question itself didn't really make sense. Every day with him felt full, vivid, alive. Just thinking of him was enough to make her smile. She could still feel his arms around her waist. The warmth of his skin lingered on her fingertips. Maybe routine could get dull, but not this. Not dumb. What they shared was too real, too deep. This ever-present love has become part of her, something she could not live without. Like air, like breathing, like heartbeat. Her eyes shimmered, misty, but the tears never fell. As if every dawn they never shared had melted into her gaze, glinting with a soft silvery light. And in that moment, I knew we were remembering the same sunrise together. That's when it was like when two hearts beat in sync. Can I tell you a secret, my little lioness?
Nani?
Most mornings, I'm already awake before you are.
嘘。ちょうどいいよね。
She stared up at me, my eyes widened in disbelief until our gaze met. And in that instant, she realized I'd known all along. Every sneaky poke, every little prank. Her blush rushed in all at once, blooming from her cheeks to her ears, and even tinging her neck at a soft pink.
私の寝相が悪いせいで、ダーリンを起こしちゃったとか？
She asked me gently, guilt peeking through her concern. No. It's just... I can't wait to open my eyes and see you there beside me. The dark blue of the night would still be lingering in the sky, the room washed in a soft gray haze. Even in that dim light, I would be able to see her lips, slightly swollen, flushed with the heat of our kisses from the night before. Faint marks would trace her neck and collarbone like shy blossoms blooming under moonlight. I imagine they marched the light scratches from my back, both formed from the passionate night before. That was usually when my little lioness would start murmuring in her sleep.
ダーリン、 日出勤でしょ。起きれなく寝ちゃう。
I knew she liked to sleep with one leg slung over me, her head tugged against my chest. So even when my arms went numb, I stayed peacefully still, just to keep her resting easy. I knew she liked to get a little hasty before I stirred. So I pretended to stay asleep, just to enjoy those quiet, sneaky touches she thought I didn't notice. I know her inside and out, not because she's predictable, but because night after night our souls have shaped around each other. What we have is forging in time, something deep and enduring. Now, to answer your question, my answer is never. Never have, never will, and I assure you, Fanny, you don't need to worry about that ever. Because we always be in love, never losing that spark, not ever. She blinked, a mix of surprise and confusion flickering in her eyes. Wrapped in that hush of sea, I could hear the quickening rhythm in her heartbeat. We take each other's every word to heart, always trying to understand what the other is thinking, what they're feeling. That's what people in love do, right? And neither of us is going to stop, ever. As I finished, her expression finally softened into a smile. Her eyes lit up. Then she gave a tender, firm nod.
だって私たちは永遠のラブラブカップルだもんね。
She said it slowly, every word clear and steady. Framed by the shimmer of waves dancing in the sea facing glass, Fanny suddenly rose onto her toes. She cupped my face and sank her teeth into my lips. The kiss was fiercer than any before. No more doubt, no more hesitation, just raw, unfiltered love pouring between us with every breath, every beat of our hearts. Our reflections swirling together of the deep hues of the water outside, as the ocean stood still, bearing silent witness to our eternal love. With the kiss finally broke, Fanny has bounced right back to her usual spirited self. Hands on her hips, she jabbed a finger towards the terminal in my hand.
調べてくれるってクラウリナが言ったけど、まだかしら。ダーリン、ずっと待ってても仕方がないし、先にロビーのみんなと合流しましょう。
My nod has barely started before she tugged my hands with that familiar, unthinking ease. Her palm and mine felt like the last glow of summer, just warm enough to melt my heart. Alright, the revelation. Okay, let's go.
後でダーリンとのプールデートがあるから、ちゃちゃっと済ませるわ。もう早くしてよ。ねえダーリン、ロビーへ向かう途中にあのなんちゃら12とかってやつまた現れたりしないかしら。もしまた姿を現したら絶対に捕まえてやるわ。それでウォーターパークに連れてってバレーボール代わりにしてみんなでぶったたいてやる。
By the way, I'm just keep on pressing the same button over and over. You can tell by the cursor that you're looking at, like the arrows moving. Let's do this.
まだ前菜に過ぎないわよ。ねえダーリン、汗拭いてくれない？
I'm reminded that there's no such thing as fall damage, but every time you jump from that far down, you feel that creeping
一緒にサボるのもロマンを感じるわよね。
that feels like what's gonna happen to me in that some way. It's hard to explain. Wait, I didn't hit? What the hell? Okay.
もう早くしてよ。今日は私たちの貸し切りなのよ。 ダーリン、これ預かっといてね。
Oh, okay.
暑い日は今いい感じだ。たまになさい。ちょっと汗かいちゃったよっと。へえ、私の腕なかなかでしょ。
Just as Penny and I were on our way to the lobby, my terminal began pinging. I picked up. Clarina's voice came through, tight with urgency. I went with bad news first, then good news, but we're gonna do the same thing as before. She trailed off, clearly in a difficult position. Narita lowered her voice, careful to keep Mia from overhearing. A civilian like Mia would definitely be rattled if she found out about a strange plan on the loose in the hotel. No need to stir up unnecessary panic. Narita and I were completely on the same page about that. After all, SPH-L12 wasn't a true threat to us, but to the civilians, the wrong kind of fear could be just as dangerous. Alright, time to get to the good news. Benny let out a long breath of relief. Her smile softens with visible ease.
それでどうしたらいいの？虫取り網で捕まえに行くわけにもいかないんでしょ？
If my memory served me correctly, the museum is below the hotel. That's where the roots of the plants should be, right? Her voice came with a sound of quickening footsteps. She was already on the move. Cirrus, wait. Recalling what had happened with Benny, I stopped her immediately. Could there be any other pheromones near the roots?
数分の間、気分がすごく悪くなるかもね。やっぱり私が行くわ。クラウリナの情報が正しいなら、私にはすでに抗体ができてるはずよ。コホン、私はさっき油断したせいで隙を突かれたの。ダーリンが いてくれたからもうなんともないけどね。
She tossed her golden hair over one shoulder with a flourish owning it like it was no big deal. There wasn't a hint of embarrassment in her eyes, just a bold, charming wink in my direction.
ファニーが博物館に行ったら誰が分析員を守るの？もしその間に丸いのがまた現れたら。でも分析員までアレルギーを起こしたら大変だから2人で行くのもダメだし。やっぱりファニーは分析員を守ってて。これくらいは私が何とかするから。
Her voice pitched up slightly at the end. I could picture her frowning, her brow, all adorably serious. I'm not a delicate little flower, serious. I don't need constant protection.
分かってるよ。でもやっぱり守りたいと思ってしまうんだ。ファニーだって同じ気持ちだと思うよ。それは確かに。私もダーリンのそばにいた方が落ち着くわ。それに私今は全然不安なんてないから、スポロポレニンにあまり影響されないのかも。だから私が行くしかないと思うよ。
Thinking how determined she was, any lingering doubts in my mind quietly slipped away. Stay sharp. Keep the line open at all times.
分かった。
私とミアの方は無事だ。ココ隊に注射する方法はロビーで合流してから考えよう。
皆さん、本当にごめんなさい。ピノーラの落ち度なのに。
分析員。
Myra's voice cut in abruptly over the comms. Sharp, cold, and unmistakably curt. Yes?
知っていると思うけど、クラウリナは会社の経営を引き継いだばかりなのよ。こんな大事な時期にヘイムダルの入隊が重なったら、博物館の管理がおろそかになってしまうのも無理はない。そうじゃないかしら。
Her words were carefully chosen, but the message underneath was crystal clear. I understand. It's a small hiccup. Nothing I ever hold against Clarina. Besides, surely she was only able to find their experimental data so quickly thanks to your help, right? Thank you, Myra. Her tone shifted in an instant, sharp and flustered, almost frantic. A few words of sincere gratitude had thrown her completely off balance. It made it harder for her to keep pretending I was the villain who stole Clarina from her. Not gonna lie, getting under her skin was like this was kind of fun.
今回のことは付けにしといてあげるわ。
分析員さん、今何を言ったの？おばさん、真っ赤になっているわ。
Before Clarina could take the terminal back, Myra has already hung up. One by one, everyone's signals off the group chat, Sirius included. She tucked away her terminal and started making her way to the sub-level museum. Eyes sharp, she scanned her surroundings for any trace of sporogenic pheromones. Thankfully, everything in the museum appeared perfectly normal. Neat rows. Ah, here comes the third line. Neat rows of growth pots lining the walls, housing all kinds of botanical specimens, some of twisted shapes, others glowing in vivid hues. Sirius let out a breath of relief. Maybe she's been right.
それに私、今は全然不安なんてないから、スポロポレニンにあまり影響されないのかも。
While she might sounded convincing, a pang of unease lingered in her chest, quietly gnawing at her composure. Ever since that near drowning while surfing, the feeling has never quite gone away. The harder she tried to trace its origin, the more it slipped through her fingers, like trying to scoop moonlight off the surface of the sea. Eventually, she found herself wondering if there's ever been a clear origin at all. Step by step, Sirius began to slow, almost without realizing it. Air grew thick, heavy, like she was wading through some invisible mire. That choking sensation she remembered was creeping back, and then came the sound of waves lapping against a far-off shore. Unbidden, a hazy memory rose to the surface. It was the summer before their first descent. The girls from Yijuseo Neuroscience Lab had invited her to a beach outing. Though she's working together for some time, Sirius could hardly recall a single face. Still, their enthusiasm made it hard to say no, so she agreed to come. Wanting to fit in with the group, she grabbed a whole bag of iced sodas and hauled it awkwardly to the beach. It was a private beach owned by Yidrusel, strictly off limits to outsiders. Stretching as far as the eye could see, it was unusually quiet, nearly deserted. A few scattered figures dotted the sand, some tossing a volleyball, others lounging on beach chairs under the sun. Their faces glowing with relaxed, content smiles, but no one turned. No one seems to expect her. That quiet hit her hard. Maybe she wasn't really welcomed. Maybe she was just an interruption. The bags dug into her palms, and condensation from the soda bottles dripped steadily onto the sand. Like the bag of soda, she didn't quite have a place to belong. In the end, she left it in some forgotten corner, letting it slowly sink into the sand. With nothing else to do, Sirius waded into the sea. The water had been warmed by the summer sun, golden ripples dancing on the surface, but even then, a faint chill creeped up through her limbs. Sirius snapped back to herself. She hasn't expected that long-buried memory to come rushing back to so suddenly. Why now, of all times? Was this the effect of the sporogenic pheromones? Unease began curling around her, subtle but suffocating. Sirius quickened her steps, trying to shake in the feeling of creeping dreads. Okay, adrift. We'll keep her here for now. It's just I'm too lazy to remove her.
道教えてよ分析員。目標達成、記録完了。落ち着け落ち着け。できるよ。もう迷わない。通してください。さっきは危なかったな。パネルの番号からするとあと少しで着くはずだけど。天井きれい。まるで水中にいるみたい。雨？いや室内で雨なんて降るわけが。この水どこから降ってきたの？通してください。さっきは危なかったな。すぐ治ったね。
I'm giving it a few seconds, and I'm noticing, yeah, the water is actually building up as you keep waiting. So I just have to be sure what I'm looking at.
あれれ、こういう時どうすればいいんだっけ？ 私も
ダメ、水浸しになってきた。部屋が水没する前にここから出なくちゃ。
I wonder if it stops at a certain point, but I'd rather not waste time.
あれはクラウリナの言ってた花の根っこじゃない？
私もやればできるじゃん。もらっちゃっていいの？
怪我した記憶なんて忘れちゃえ。
Alright. Water surges up out of nowhere, icy and overwhelming. It wrapped around Sierra's knees and kept rising, crawling up her body with a cold persistence. She looked towards the end of the corridor. The roots of the experimental plant was just a few steps away, but the water climbing faster than she could move, lapping at her waist, then pulling her under entirely.
あと少しで。
Her limbs drifted, weightless. Her body was being carried away, further and further from the roots.
これってアレルギーが出てるよね。
Her voice dissolved into the water, no louder than the whisper from the depths. The current shattered her words into bubbles that burst gently against her lips. Even as her senses blurred, her mind remained oddly lucid. She could still think straight. Clarina had said that sporogenic pheromones only reacted to heightened anxiety. So what was that fear buried deepest in her heart? In a haze, that gentle voice echoed once again in her mind. Don't rely on your brain to memorize the moves. Feel them with your body. Let the feeling sink in. Make it second nature. Somehow her body gradually remembered. Long buried fragments stirred, traveling cells by cell back into her awareness. And suddenly, she was back in that lonely summer. She drifted quietly atop of the sea, nestled in the brightly colored floaty, sharp like a reef fish. From a distance, she must have looked at a solitary little island adrift in the endless blue. Each pressing wave wore away at the fragile link between her and the shore. In a far-off distance, voices drift from the beach. Light laughter, a murmur of the conversation, all scattered by the winds before they could truly reach her. The warnings ran out with casual excitement, but they barely registered with Cirrus. Her mind was elsewhere, still trying to recall the faces and names of the colleagues from the lab. They came to her in flickers, big and out of focus, always slipping out, just out of reach. Meanwhile, the sea began to churn. Waves grew larger, the water more restless. Even the seagull's call has sharpened hers into streaks. Towering waves came crashing in, full of the ocean's power. Her floaty stood no chance, flipping in an instant by the violent surge. When she opened her eyes again, all that remains was endless suffocating blue. Sunlight pierced through the surface high above, scattering into fractures rays, a ghostly play of light and shadow, blurring the line between life and death. Panic surged through her. She thrashed it instinctively, legs turning to water, arms flailing towards the light. But just as she broke the surface, another wave crashed down, slamming her back under without mercy. Then came the pain. A vicious cramp sieged her right leg. Her limbs grew heavy, her movements sluggish. Every effort to fight the current felt weaker than the last. Gradually, she sank deeper into the unrelenting blue. Salt water burned her throat, filled her lungs, thick with brine and despair. Her eyes turned upward, gazing at the unreachable light, and then a sad question surfaced in her heart. Would anyone on shore ever notice? Even a little island just disappeared. She closed her eyes, quietly surrendering to her fate, until a miracle pierced the blue. Suddenly, a curious warmth brushed her fingertips, yet firm and gentle, pulling her back from the edge of death. Warm, soft lips pressed to her in the waters. Someone was breathing air into her lungs. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine her first kiss would come like this. Her kind face was so close. His kind face was so close, his hair floating around him like silk in a water embrace. Then he pointed upwards, signaling her to follow him towards the surface. She nodded back, earnest and determined, but when she tried to kick and swim, her limbs wouldn't respond. It was as if something deep inside her was trying to hold her back. She remembered her years in a neuroscience lab, chasing a cure for her amnesia that never came. She thought of the beach, an unfamiliar face, that abandoned sodas, probably lukewarm by now. A tangle of confusion and despair swelled up inside her until he smiled and held out a closed fist, then opened it. A tiny bright-colored reef fish darted free. A beady light sparkled with mischief, as if trying to coax a smile out of it. And she did smile. If not for the water, she might have burst into laughter. Without warning, an intensive, inexplicable feeling washed over her. If this person has entered her life, maybe he could bring her something she never even dared to hope for, something brighter, something new. It made no logical sense, but the feeling, the conviction was so vivid, so undeniably real. She couldn't speak underwater. All she could do was grip his hand tightly, pouring everything she felt into that single act. Maybe this is what they meant by love at first sight.
でも
Even in that beautiful, dreamlike moment, a shadow creeped across her heart.
陸に上がってからも覚えていられるかな、この人のこと。
A sharp ache bloomed at her chest, like something like clutching her heart, refusing to let go.
この人のこと覚えていなくちゃ。
Raw desperation surged inside her. She wanted to hold on to everything about him, his face, his warmth. The way she swam to her without hesitation, that smile. Though the haze, she felt herself being carried, something strong, gently ferrying her away from the sea. When she opened her eyes, she was lying on soft, sun-warmed sand. It was a quiet corner of the beach, away from the crowds. A few girls leaned over her, her face backlit by the sun, hazy, vaguely familiar.
シーリスちゃん、やっと目が覚めたわね。心配したわ。人が溺れたって聞いて見に行ったらそれがシーリスちゃんだったの。本当にどうなるものかって心配だったんだよ。調子どう？どこか具合が悪いとかない？
Their voices were full of concern, but they barely registered with serious. Her mind felt jammed, unable to process any of it. She hacked up seawater and sat up abruptly, eyes scanning the beach in frantic search of something.
大丈夫？やっぱり病院に行く？
They reach out to steady her, but she shook them off, still searching the surroundings.
私は何を探しているんだろう。
Hold on. I like this swimwear. She's very cute in that. Really, really cute. The frill around the chest area, I begin to question how it could cover, but imagine how it moves. That could be concerning though. But I wouldn't mind it if a girl wears something like that though. She didn't know. Her thoughts were smothering in thick fog. It felt like something has taken an eraser in her mind. The entire memory wiped clean, without a trace. A soft whimper escaped her throat, tangled with sorrow she couldn't name.
シーリスちゃん、どうしたの？なんで泣いているの？
Her colleagues looked at each other, stunned. None of them had ever seen Sirius like this. Her fingers tremble as she brushes her cheeks. Warm tears were streaming freely.
よくわかんない。わかんないけど、悲しいの。どうして思い出せないんだろう。
Tears pattered onto the underwater museum cold-toned floor. Sirius slowly sank down, curling into herself, arms wrapped tightly around her knees, as if she's trying to hold tight to the memories that had just come back. The same silhouette from her past. It was finally starting to line up with the figure who stayed by her side day after day, the adjustant. So that's why I chose to join Heimdall. Oh, that's her.
脳科学実験室の仕事も大事でしょうけど、ヘイムダルに入るのはシーリス。
今何とおっしゃいましたか？
会話中に上の空になるのはよくありませんよ。
すみません。このオフィスに懐かしい何かが漂っている気がしたので。私が来る前に誰かが来ていたんですか？
The question struck Tao were presumptuous. Her brow knit slightly, but after a pause, she still answered.
さっきまで安全部の責任者がいましたが、今の話とは関係のないことです。率直に聞きましょう。ヘイムダルに。
はい、入ります。入りたいです。
理由は？
理由は、私にもよくわかりませんが、入るべきな気がするんです。
So that's why my... Oh, that's her.
落ち着いて、シーリス。分析員はとても優しい人。今焦っているのはきっと怖いからじゃない。もしかしてこれってときめき？お母さん、私恋しちゃってるの
？And that's... okay.
魚ちゃん、また産卵期に入ったみたい。すくすく育つといいな。そしたら一番綺麗なのを分析員に送ろうかな。
So many of her decisions and little quirks she never been able to explain. All of them in the end trace back to the same truth. It has been instinct all along, quietly, gently guiding her towards her favorite person in the world, the Adjustant. And that shadow that has been clung to her heart, that lingering fear. It had always been the fear of forgetting him.
でも、もう分析員を忘れたりしない。
Once all of her thoughts and feelings found their answer, the floodwater quietly receded. Or maybe they'd never been real to begin with. Sirius looked around. The plant specimens stood quietly in their pods, unchanged. Only then was she certain everything she experienced has been a full-blown allergic reaction to the spore's pheromones. Her breath was still a little uneven as she fumbled to her terminal and made a call. Her voice was brimming with rare excitement and urgency. What's wrong? Is something going on over there?
まあね。でも、もう無事に解決したよ。いきなりだけど。
She tried to calm down, but the excitement in her voice was impossible to mask.
きっと私、分析員を好きになったのはたまたまじゃなくて運命だったの。
Where's this coming from? Did you uncover something big?
ちょっとだけだけど記憶を取り戻したんだ。それからこの後ちょっと時間もらってもいいかな。分析員には2人の時しか伝えられないことがあるんだ。
Alright. Progress 9. Her light, brisk footsteps echoed through the quiet museum halls. Just moments ago, the one she loved had returned her feelings. If she could have, she'd run straight into his arms, but right now, there was something more urgent to handle. Before long, Sirius arrived at the growth pod containing the remains of the SPH-L12 plant. A fine mist of motes hung in the air, blurring the edge of her vision, but now that she has antibodies in her system, she stepped forward without hesitation. The plant's thick, gray-blue stalk of long ago broke through the confines of the pod, shattering glass blades shattered across the floor. Her boots pressed down on the brittle, dry leaves strew across the tiles. A hollow in the center of the plant confirms it. A spore has fully matured and dispersed. Sirius carefully withdrew the syringe and extracted a full tube of regiment enzyme from the root of the base of the stalk. The blue solution glowing faintly inside the transparent tube.
よし、これで大丈夫なはず。早くロビーへ戻って分析員たちと合流しないと。
Just as she started her way back, a sharp scream pierced the silence, freezing her mid-step.
今のはミヤさんの声？
Sirius felt her heartbeat quickened. The scream has come from the direction of the hotel lobby. Without wasting another second, she broke into another full sprint. The scream has also rattled Benny and me.
一体何かしら。
Benny frowned and picked up her pace without hesitation. Something must be going on with Mia and Narita. We must hurry. Oh, wait, hold on. Alright, this image of Narita looking over here, she reminds me of Hilumine from Vending Machine Anime, the reincarnated and then went to that dungeon. Yeah, she gives me that vibe, and it makes her even cuter. Just looking at her, that's all. A faintly glowing blue sphere hovering mid-air, wobbling gently as it emits odd, looping sounds with each bob.
あれってもしかして。
She gasped just as Mia finally seems to notice us. But she didn't look frightened at the slightest. If anything, she looks irritated, cheeks flushed and eye blazing. She shot us a quick glance, then turned her focus right back to the floating blob. In that moment, it was as if the girl and the glowing blob has entered a fierce duel. Narita stood ready, already on guard, but her gaze flicked to Mia, her expression a blend of concern and resignation. What's going on here? Mia reached out to shovel the blob away, but before her fingers could touch it, the thing floated just out of reach with a lazy wobble. The bob sided of the side to side humorously as if taunting her. It bobbed side to side, okay. Her cheeks turned even redder, and her ears, quote unquote, twitched wildly as if steam might start shooting out of her head.
これってアカシアが用意したボスなの？でもシナリオだとまだ出番じゃなくない？
Despite her frustration, Mia narrowed her eyes, analyzing the blob with a frown.
どうやっていきなり背後に現れたのよ？ワイヤーがつながってるわけじゃなさそうだし、もしかしてただのホログラフ？
As I watched Mia studying the floating blob, it hit me. This blue blob has to be a matured spore from SPH-L12. And as we were nearing the climax of the game, Mia has mistaken it for a final boss. As for the scream we heard earlier,
何はともあれ、まだあんたの出番じゃないんだから。
furious, Mia let out another scream, just as loud as before. Yep, definitely more rage than fear.
間に合ってよかった。
While Mia was still locked in her one-sided standoff, with SPH-L12, Sirius jogged up behind me and Benny breathless. Now that the players have all assembled, Mia had no choice but to snap back into her role as a game master. She shot a frustration glare at the blob, clearly scrambling to improvise on the fly.
調査員たちは銀粉を持ってロビーに駆け込み、大麻の儀式を行おうとした。ところがあのお方、ウィスパーはすでにロビーで待ち構えていた。これは一体どういうことなのだろうか。なんでだろうね。
Mia licked her lips nervously. Eyes started left and right as she scrambled for a save. Even her half-tuft ears gave a few twitches, only to droop again in resigned defeat. Clearly, her mind was tying itself in knots.
ああ、もうこれどうやって説明したらいいの？
While Mia fumbled for a fix, I turned my focus to the blob. It floated there lazily, seemingly uninterested in us. But in truth, it was slowly itching closer. A halo of phosphorescent powder began to shimmer faintly in the air around it. Mia. Before I could warn her, she suddenly lunged forward and landed a clean punch right at the spore's surface. The blob caved inward with the impact, quivering like jelly, then bounced right back.
悪くない動きだ。調査員になる素質があるぞ。
Is this really the time for that, Narita?
あれ？ホログラフじゃない。しかもなんかプニプニしてる。もう知らない。とにかくあんたの出番じゃないんだから、さっさとどっかに消えろし。最後のボス戦になったらちゃんと知らせるし。
ぐるるるるるぐる。
The blob gave a few wobbly rolls, then started to swell. That's when I caught the scent of the danger in the air. Narita! No further instructions were needed. In a blur, Narita reacted, shadow silky ribbons shot out, coiling tightly around Mia's waist. In a flash, she was yanked out of the danger zone. I think that she could have been animated, but oh well. Well, maybe danger zone was a stretch. Benny and Sirius looked more relaxed than worried. Benny cracked her knuckles, looking like she was about to spike the spore like a volleyball. Sirius, meanwhile, calmly pulled her regression enzyme syringe from her pocket. Wait, hold on. Where's her pocket? Is it around the leg area? I guess that's the only place that she could put it. But I can't picture any pockets around. Like, it's a syringe. Where do you think she could put it? I can't think it would be around here or something. Unless you tuck it around here, but I don't think there's a pocket there, but oh, whatever, I'm overthinking it. As if noticing our casual disregard, the spore swiftly shot upward, growing in a massive by the second. And in the next heartbeat, it launched in a full-on assault. Alright. Now this is the boss fight. Let's go. Oh. She's by herself. Okay.
さっきの計画だとそれしか使えないの？悪いけど私にはもう通用しないわよ。おとなしく培養機の中に引っ込んでなさい。後でダーリンとのプールデートがあるから。
Okay, this will be fun. Let's do this. Alright, now shoot. Okay, do this again. Now shoot. Do it again. Do the skill again. Keep staying in midair. Keep staying in midair. That's how you keep the game going. Go again. Ulti. Ulti. Alright, we got that. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Shoot. Keep going. Keep going. Reset. Keep resetting all at times, alright? That's how you do it. Shoot. Now do the skill again. Reset. 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 Oh, okay. Okay. Here we go.
2人でシャワーを浴びない？せっかくだからもうワンセットやらない？
Yeah, Benny is actually really fun to play. I think she could be much stronger if you pair up with Cirrus in the future. She's gonna be there regardless. But for the time being, what you just saw is just for like you want to play for fun. How to play her in what ways and one ways are one.
あんたね、こんだけの迷惑をかけたんだから、ただじゃ許さないわ。
Then he walked towards the SPH-L112 Spore. 12. I said 112, oh well. Spores with a bright smile, the syringe needle glinting ominously in her hand. The blue blood trembled in fear, wobbling as if they're trying to flee, but Fanny snatched it firmly and plunged the syringe in. As the regression syringe seeps in, the spore begins its transformation. Its plump form quickly shrank, its surface crackling and loosened its sheen until it curled into the tiny seed, no bigger than a pea, resting quietly in Fanny's palm. Fanny cupped her hands around its securely, as if afraid of a breeze might catch it away.
よしゲット。後で培養カプセルに入れればディノーラ社に返せるわね。
A sudden noise echoed through the quiet space, and Fanny's face instantly turned a faint red. She started to rub her stomach, paused, then shot me a teasing look.
私じゃないわよ。ごめん、お腹空いてきたんだ。
Sirius scratched the back of her head, smiling sheepishly. It's getting late. Anya and the others have probably finished making dinner.
じゃあ早速水上楽園に戻りましょう。あとはクラウリナに連絡して徹底的に調査してもらいましょう。寝てる間にまたこいつらが出てきたらたまったもんじゃないわ。
Relax. She's already on it. As soon as we turn to the water park, the aroma of grilled meat mixed with sea salt drift over us, making our hunger impossible to ignore. Mia, Narita, and Kezia was already waiting by the elevator. Narita stood as cool and composed as ever, while the other two girls looked visibly anxious. The moment they saw me, they visibly relaxed. Then both of them dashed over.
分析員、さっきは本当にごめん。あれが NPC じゃないって全然気づかんかったわ。大迷惑かけちゃうところだった。
Mia claps her palms together above her head and bowed repeatedly, looking genuinely sorry. It's okay. Honestly, I'm kind of impressed you didn't look scared at all.
怖がる？まさか。てか怖がる要素なくない？分析員と覚醒者が一緒にいるんだし。また一緒に戦えたらなって思ってるし。
She claps her hands over her heart, raising onto her toes, eyes sparkling with excitement. Not every enemy is as easy as SPH-L12. Don't think every battle is a walk in the park. They can get dangerous.
まあそうだよね。
Mia offered an awkward little smile and scratched at her ears. Her eyes darted nervously as she scrambled to change the subject.
そういえば今回のリアル RPG エンディングにたどり着けなかったの超惜しかった。
I glanced at Kezia. To my surprise, she didn't seem all that disappointed. Sorry we didn't complete the session.
なんで謝るの？別に私怒ってないし。ゲームなんかより分析員が無事でいる方が嬉しいもん。
She folded her arms, and her last two words came out softly, barely louder than the breeze. Even though the session ended early, I still got a few comments I'd love to tell the producer in person.
へえ、聞かなくもないけど。ただし、ちゃんとオブラートに包んで伝えてほしい。
She raised a brow and tilted her head, like she wanted to look away but couldn't listen in. Listening in. Like a producer with so many legendary hits would be afraid of a bit of honest feedback. So here's my feedback. Next time, I want to play with you. Kezia froze. Surprise flickered across her face, melting quickly into quiet joy. She hastily uncrossed her arms, hands awkwardly drifting, unsure where to rest. What? Shouldn't the dev test her own game?
でも、私と一緒に遊びたいって。
Yeah, instead of writing a post-section review, I'd rather turn to you right then and there and give you a real-time feedback.
何を？
On how creative your ideas were, and how much fun I have playing. Miss Producer, don't bury yourself in work all the time. Hop in with the players once in a while, will you? Her cheeks flushed even deeper. She bit her lower lip, but the joys in her eyes were unmistakable.
今度は私も参加するから。
It's a date. While Akisi and I were walking, Benny and Sirius has already cornered Chino at Marisol.
変ね。さっき絶対マルソンにいたのに。そうそう、すっごくびっくりしたんだよ。ああ、驚かせちゃってすみません。
Chino's voice was gentle and apologetic. Her brow knitted in guilt. Marisol, on the other hand, looked downright pleased.
私とチェルノの演技が結構良かったみてえだな。
God damn it, Marisol, you're still cute as always.
ウルソーと一緒に現れたのはアカシアが先に収録したものを流しただけだから。
Chino launched into a serious explanation, complete with hand gestures to make sure they understood.
ま、チェルノと一緒に現れるより私だけを分析員に見てもらえるあの特別感が好きなのかな。
Don't ever change Marisol. I love you so much.
皆さん、そろそろご飯にしましょう。
Drawn by Marine's call and a mouth-watering aroma, we made our way towards the seaside seating, ready for a feast. We gathered around the makeshift table near the water, the gentle sea breeze brushing past. Fanny sank her teeth into a perfectly grilled kebab and squinting with delight after one bite.
えんやねの料理、本当に美味しいわ。あっち。
Sirius blew on her finger, trying to cool them, but not once did she let go of the honey-glazed corn cob. As we savored this rare, peaceful moment, sparks of light began to climb into the night sky. Then came a burst, fireworks trailing brilliant arc like shooting stars across the dark. One dazzling bloom after another lit up the night. The food gradually disappeared and everyone leaned back, bellies full. I was watching the glittering trails slow their dance across the sky, still brilliant, but now gentler in rhythm, when Sirius quietly stepped up beside me.
分析、この前の話だけど。
Alright, hold on, let me get this. She's so much cuter when she smiles. I don't like it when she's sad. Don't ever be sad again, Sirius. I love you way too much too, okay? And also, your bikini is barely revealing. I like it a lot also. This is for my eyes only, and my eyes only.
今なら時間大丈夫かな。
Sure. Let me guess. This is about your jetboard, isn't it, little goldfish?
それも話すつもりだったけど、どうして分析員はわかるの？
I pointed at the gear strapped to her back, offering a smile. Why else would you be lugging around? The jetboard stayed strapped in place, which meant her soft little hands were free to hold mine. We wander off to a quiet clearing, just the two of us. Moonlight spilling like silver and sea breeze off the sea was soft, perfect for a heart to heart. So, what is it you want to tell me, Sirius?
一つ目はもう分析員にバレちゃったけどね。分析員のアドバイスのおかげで完璧に乗りこなせるようになったんだ。
Really?
ほんとほんと。だから分析員と一緒にやってみてもいい？
Once I stepped onto the jetboard, Sirius gently took my hand and placed them at her waist. It felt like that day when I taught her to surf. Same stance, same closeness.
分析員に教わったあの感覚が体の中に刻まれたみたいで、気づいたらなんとなくできるようになったんだ。
With a soft hum, the jetboard rose steadily under her control. At first, we hover a few meters off the ground, then glide smoothly over the sea. The night breeze brushed past tinging with salt and the soft, sweet scent of Cirrus. I couldn't help leaning in, resting my head gently against her neck. You're amazing, Cirrus.
そうかな。
Spurred on by my praise, she grew even more confident. She dipped and swivered above the water with grace, tracing elegant arcs, even spinning mid-air to face me, her eyes locking with mine. And yet the jetboard had held steady. Time skipped quietly past as we soared, until at last, we touched down at the shore gentle shallows, fully satisfied. Cirrus looked up at the quiet night sky, her voice tingled with a soft disappointment.
花火終わっちゃったね。雰囲気のいい時に2つ目のことを伝えようと思ったのに。
Then maybe this'll do. I pulled a sparkler from my pocket, sipped there by one of the girls during all the earlier goofing around.
かわいい花火だね。
So we held the tiny fireworks together and lit it. As a gentle sizzle came to light, golden sparks leaped from the tip as if eagerly awaits what Cirrus had to say.
2つ目を言うね。分析員と初めて会った時のこと思い出したんだ。昔海に溺れた私を分析員が助けてくれたんだ。
Just then, another fireworks bloomed in the faraway sky, echoing the soft flicker of light in our hands. In that moment of brilliance, the memory of that summer returned to me. The girl drowning in the sea. Hold on. I love looking at this. It's so cute. I want to look into her eyes as her eyes look into mine. I want to see that. Alright. Something inside clicked quietly into place. All those scattered fragments tucked away in memory slowly pieced them back together, forming a whole. That girl, was you serious? I'm sorry. I was so focused on saving you, I didn't really get a good look. And afterwards, I guess I just slipped my mind. Cirrus gave a gentle shake of her head, a soft smile curling at her lips.
覚えてなくても大丈夫だよ。だってすごく昔のことなんだもん。分析員に初めて会った時から好きだったって伝えたかっただけなの。変だよね、一目惚れだなんて。でもこの気持ちは本物だって証明できるの。たとえ病気のせいで何も思い出せなくなったとしても、分析員との思い出だけは絶対に私の中のどこかに存在したまま決してなくならないと思うの。きっとあの日に分析員と再会できたのもそれが原因で、今まで2人でたくさんの思い出を作ってきたけど、やっぱりあの時の気持ちは特別で、どうしても伝えたかったの。
Eventually, she rose onto her toes and pressed her lips to mine. Hold on. I know that you could see a full screen, but then they could have made it a bit longer for over a year. But at least we got an option to see this. All the unspoken love, all the silent yearnings, it flowed into the single tender kiss. The world around us blurred and fell away, until only the quiet rhythm of our heartbeats remained. When we finally pulled apart, her cheeks were flushed and her eyes shimmered, bright, brimming with emotion.
実はもう一つ伝えたいこともあって。
Oh? What is this? She didn't answer right away, just gave a slight smile and reached out her hand. The moment our fingers entwined, she suddenly yanked me into the shallows, sending us both tumbling into the waves. Fireworks danced overhead. Their reflections mingled with the silver moonlight on the water, until both melted gently into the ripples around us.
無責任にも体で覚えていてほしいの。私のことと。
Okay, I just want to see the hand a bit more over here also.
私と過ごしたこの夏を。
I will. Love brimmed in her eyes, spilling into the sea like foam. Her lips were cool to the touch, yet they only stroked the warmth within. Beneath the waves, fish darted through the coral, chasing milk-white beads shattering in the water. Without a doubt, my body has ached this moment into itself, deeper than memory could ever reach. I chose Cirrus first, but would you like to see the fireworks? I prefer to do Cirrus instead. Confusion flickered across her face. In the next instant, light and warmth exploded behind her eyes, dazzling streams of irradiance plunging deep into her awareness. Though night still cloaked the world, those radiant blooms made it feel like midday. They were without questions the most beautiful fireworks she had ever seen. Okay, progress 11. Let's go. By the time Sirius and I made it back to the water park, the place was still buzzing with life. The girls had rigged up lights and makeshift stage on the beach, taking turns showing off their singing talents. At the mic was now Grandmaster Mia, the girl who's been with us throughout all the day's chaos. But you wouldn't know it from the look on her face. If anything, she seems perfectly at ease, commanding the stage as the manifestations cheering her arm on. Like she's always been one of them. The girls waved their glow sticks in sync with the beat, pouring every drop of joy into the summer night. The whole beach simmered with color, but somehow I still felt the warm shade of gold missing from the scene. Trusting my instincts, I slipped away from the crowd and back to the undersea hotel, soon arriving at Fanny's door. I rang the bell, it swung open almost at once, and the soft scent of body washed Drifto out, warm and sweet. Steam curled into the light, glowing like a halo, and there she stood, right at the center.
ダーリンったら、私がいないとダメなのは知ってるけど、ちょっとお風呂に入るだけでもそんなに不安なの？
Alright, let's go. Guys, girls, this is what you guys been waiting for. We saw it during not the intro. It's kind of like the event homepage of what she's supposed to look like. That's the skin that we'll be getting. Here's the downside though. I don't like the scales or like the patterns around the swimwear. I prefer like just plain. It looks fine on its own, but that's just me being nitpicky. Her voice looked playful at the end. That last lit, dripping with a quiet affection. A quick shower, huh? She brushed it off like it was nothing, but every detail told a different story. From the flawless makeup to the brand new swimsuit, it was obvious she'd taken her time. Just as I expected, she looks breathtaking. Every cut frame, her curves were perfection, perfect precision, every line tailored to dazzle. Busted, Fanny gave the sheepless grin, a soft brush blooming across her cheeks.
まあ確かにお風呂に入っただけじゃないわね。
She twirled on bare feet, gritting deeper into the room, her eyes brightened with temptation. I closed the door behind us. Even with the air condition humming, the room felt warmer than the outside. A few steps in, something soft brushed beneath my foot. I looked down, rose petals scattered across the floor. She spun around and flopped back onto the bed with a graceful bounce, petals rising and falling in her wake.
部屋の至るところは念入りに準備したのよ。
Her giggles was soft, tingled with pride. I could see it. Every inch of the room has been touched with care. Candle lights flickered gently across the walls. The subtle perfume hung in the air, sweet and intoxicating. Even the sheets has been changed. Silk shimmered faintly in the warm glow. You did all this? With all this effort, don't you think one night felt a little too short? I stepped closer, feeling her heartbeat quickened. Her fingers traced a bold path down my neck, continuing further until they paused somewhere undeniably suggestive. Each touch sparked against my skin until even the silence between us felt charged. Then she rose slightly, her lips gazing my ear, breath warm and intoxicating.
ダーリン、私心を決めたわ。
About what?
決して私のことを飽きたりしないって言ってくれたけど、やっぱり二人の暮らしを彩るためにもワクワク感を届けたいの。今みたいにね。気に入った？
Her voice softens to a whisper. In her eyes shimmer both anticipation and the slightest flicker of uncertainty. Of course I do. But there are other ways to keep things exciting. You don't have to always go out of your way for me.
他に何があるというの？
We can try new things together. That way we build up a collection of firsts of our own. Pretty exciting, wouldn't you say? Pick you up. A sudden lift threw her off balance and she wrapped her legs tight around my waist without thinking. I was the only thing keeping her steady. For instance, we could try something we both enjoy, underwater. Holding her close, I carried her to the window of the undersea room. I pressed her gently against the glass. Beyond it, the deep blue of the ocean stretches endlessly. Inside, the air shimmered with rising heat.
冷たいのに熱っぽいわ。
Oh, I just realized. In the gameplay, you see her hair is pulled down like from the lower half, but right now you see the hair is like curled up over here. I'm not sure how her hair works, and I'm looking at the mirror. Oh, that's what she looks like. Got it. That's interesting. Got it. Oh, wait, I forgot to mention. Hold on. Oh, okay. She talked, I didn't. Her voice trembled, caught between the grasp of groan of pleasure. The chill of the glass kissed her bare skin, sparking contrast with the warmth flooding her from within. The clashing sensation sent her thoughts spinning. Through the glass, her gaze landed on certain clam, a pale curve steeping into the ocean's dusky blue. Yet within, the pearl glowing softly as if wrapped in heat, licked gently by fire. She turned her face away with a quiet shyness, lashes fluttering in her eyes slipped shut. Do you know how beautiful you look right now, my lioness?
そう。私が知ってるわけないじゃない。
She shook her head faintly, the motion sending a ripple through the rest of her frame. I paused. A sudden stillness caught her off guard. Her eyes found mine, dazed, unfocused, as if her mind hadn't caught up yet. But slowly, that look softened, melted into something tender, pleading, and achingly full of longing. Lift her chin. I reached for her chin, guiding to her face to mine, gently pulling her out of that entrance haze. Over my shoulders, her gaze caught on the vanity mirror behind me. She had never seen herself like this, the delicate blend of shyness and rapture on her face surprising even her. It was terribly embarrassing. The thought flickered across her mind, only to sweep away by something far sweeter. The thrill of first time. But unlike before, she wasn't fumbling alone. This time, she could explore it all with the man she loved. At the peak of her pleasure, Fanny felt herself dissolve in the ocean beyond the glass. Wave after wave surged through her, until her thoughts slipped free, rising like bubbles, light and sweet. My little lioness lay draped across the pillow. Sweat slicked it and spent, her gaze still dreamy. Feel like hopping in the shower with me?
先に入ってて。私はもう少し休んでから行くわ。
Only half her face peeked out of the behind the pillow as she gave me a little lazy nudge towards the bathroom. I still caught the curl of the smug little smile, one I chose to gracefully ignore. Just as steam began to rise, my terminal buzzed. A cryptic, almost eerie message lived up on the ocean.
お客様へ。ホテルの化け物を倒すことができなかったようですね。しかしご安心ください。夜12時の鐘が鳴った時、あなた様も晴れてホテルの一員になって、みんなとずっと永遠に一緒にいることになります。
Looks like we triggered a bad ending. Right on cue, the chime rang through the room, 12 tolls in total. But the sound wasn't deep or sonorous, like a real clock bell. It was flat, obviously pre-recorded. I poked my head out of the bathroom, and sure enough, Fanny stood there, smirking with a mini speaker in her hand.
みんなこっちへ向かってきてるわよ。バッドエンドだったけど、ちゃんとエンドにこぎつけただけでも嬉しいってみんなも思ってるみたいよ。
A good story, huh? Even if it means sharing me with the others? That doesn't sound like the little lioness I know. She answered my teasing with a soft, satisfying smile.
私はダーリンと誓約を結んだ仲だから、そもそも格が違うの。それに、私は今後もずっとダーリンとラブラブなんだし。だからこれくらい譲ってあげるわっての。
Oh my god. And right as she said it, I heard a soft whispers just outside the door.
この部屋みたいだね。ビディア、あとは任せた。
A harsh, grating noise followed as four deep lines, etched themselves into the door, slowly carving out a rectangular hole. I need to see this. I need to see this. God damn. They're so excited. I think it is a... Yeah, they were right. It is a bad ending, but a good story. Oh, damn. Nikizia, I can see her smile. Vidia, damn, she's thirsty. And Channel's been wanting me. Alright. Three eager faces popped into a newlywed window. Cheeks squished together, eyes gleaming with a mischief and excitement.
分析出てこーい。
Is that really Akizia? How she sounds like? Okay.
みんなとずっと一緒になる覚悟はできたかな。
She purred the lines like a villainess in some classic horror flick, reaching through the hole to fumble for the lock. Probably was Vidia had carved the hole way too high. Akizia's arm couldn't reach.
あれ、ドアノブが見つからないんだけど。
Aren't ghosts supposed to phase through doors? Why are you even trying to reach the lock?
ここは腕の長い私に任せてください。
The trio squirm and switch positions at the hole in the door. Okay, hold on. I'm curious what Channel's mouth looks like because they all have different mouth appearance, but they're excited. But I want to see Channel's voice. Well, not voice, mouth. At the door, at the hole in the door, rotating in and out of the view in a comedical, chaotic shuffle. What should have been a spoken scene end up in a downright adorable. Laughing, I walked over and opened the door myself. Just the three of you? Where's the rest?
他のみんなももうすぐ来るはずだよ。次の便が到着したみたいだし。いいか？我々は本体に先んじて君を捕まえに来た特別招待なのだ。ほらほら、観念しろ。分析員。ずっと一緒に。
God damn it, I need to see Channel's voice mouth open. I raised both hands in mock surrender. I know. Forever and ever, I'll stay with all of you. Soon, the rest of the girls trickled in, one after another, until the room was bursting with giggles and playful chaos. They swarmed me, eyes beating with a glee and mischief, already scheming up the perfect bad ending punishment. Looks like it was going to be a long, sleepless night, overflowing with laughter and sweetness. Okay. Ah, yes. I'm not sure if any would be in that, foursome? Because she already had her turn, now it's everybody else's turn during that time, but I'm not sure, so. Final 3, let's go.
入山トラ行きの A4359 便をご利用いただきありがとうございます。この便は30分後に到着予定です。
The announcement echoed through the cabin in Mia's glance at the time on her terminal. It has nearly 2 hours since she left the New Hetero Sea and left him. So why was her face still burning? Just then, a flight attendant walked by. Mia quickly flagged her down.
すいません。氷が欲しいんだけど。はい。氷の入ったドリンクのことですか？
氷だけでいいの。わかりました。
The moment a cup of ice cubes landed in her hands, Mia pressed it straight to her cheeks.
はあ、私って何考えてんの？あんなはずいこと言うなんて。
Just replaying the morning events made her cheeks flare up all over again. Hoping to distract herself, Mia pulled out a notepad and pencil and began to doodle. The random lines seemed to move on their own, slowly taking shape into a face wearing sunglasses. She stared at it for a long moment before her hand, as if guiding by instinct, began to fill in the background. Sunshine, coconut trees, a lone seagull drifting overhead. As the sketch came to life, so did the memory of their parting. A girl with a pink highlight rushes towards the landing pad, suitcase rattled behind her. According to the initiatory, she first took Yggdrasil pirate aircraft to Philosia, then transferred to New Hentaro. And with everything on a tight schedule, of course, she'd gone all out at the water park party the day before.
もう二度と夜更かしなんかしないから、お願い、間に合って。
Though the morning air was cool and brisk, Mia's forehead was slick with sweat. By the time she arrived, she was completely winded, clutching her suitcase handle in one hand and fanning herself with the other. If I'd known you were cutting it this close, I would have come to wake you up myself.
Huh?
The moment she saw me, her eyes lit up with a bright smile.
分析員が見送ってくれるって知ってたら、昨夜はみんなと一緒に分析員の部屋に押しかけたらよかったね。で、
She stepped closer until the space between us was so small we could feel each other's breath. Her warmth, intent gaze locked onto mine.
私がいなくなるの、そんなに名残惜しいの？わざわざ見送りにまで来てくれるなんて。
That's right. I couldn't.
あれ？
Girl, I'm with a lot of women. That shouldn't surprise me. Caught completely off guard by my bluntness, her cheeks explode with color and she let out an adorable, stunning interjection I never heard before. Your game master performance was wonderful. Everyone had a blast. So it's not just me. Acacia and the others are going to miss you too. You're welcome to visit us at Yggdrasil. We're all looking forward to the next round of tabletop expedition.
それだけ？
Her gaze faltered, even the little hair-tuft ears atop of her head drooping slightly. Also, next time, make sure to let your parents know before you come. Telling them you're off to summer camp, then sneaking all the way out here on your own. If they knew the truth, they'll be worried sick.
なんでわかるの？まさかママのあの電話が。
Yeah, Narita got sharp ears. She overheard and filled me in.
さすが覚醒者。すごく小声で話してたのに。今度はちゃんとママに言うし。それに、ヘイムダルの人、みんなすごく面白かったってことも話すから。分析員とみんなに出会えて、一緒にこの夏を過ごせて、本当によかった。
She gave a little bounce, her voice rising with excitement. Say, doesn't everyone from New Hentaro eventually choose between becoming a transcendent or a bionic? I wonder which path you'll take next time we meet. But whatever you choose, I know I'll be excited to see you again, no matter the form.
今度会うとき、
She repeated the word softly, her gaze lowering. Then, after a brief internal struggle, she looked up again, eyes shining with an earnest, almost desperate anticipation.
でも、私。
A gust of wind swooped through just then, the roar of propellers drowning out her words. The private aircraft slowly landed, steady stop in the center of the landing pad. Safe travels.
わかった。
Mia nodded absent-mindedly, then trotted off with her suitcase in tow. She hoisted into the hatch and climbed partway, only to freeze a apparent wistfulness washing over her. After a few seconds, she bit her lip, spun around and bolted back towards me.
分析員、私ヘイムダルに入って覚醒者になりたい。
Her words caught me off guard, but the fire in her eyes said she meant every word. Why is that?
理由、この数日みんなと一緒に過ごしてみんなの生活を近くで見てたらなんか分かった気がするの。同級生のみんなや先生たちみたいな生き方より私ヘイムダルのみんなみたいになりたい。自分の未来を描く力が欲しい。だから
She clenched her fist so tightly her nails nearly dug into her palms. If that's what you truly want, then you're already taken the first step.
なんて
Knowing what you want and having the courage to act on it, that's already impressive.
それって
But I'm sorry, that alone isn't enough to qualify you for the Heimdall Force. Don't be discouraged, that's just where you stand for now. Manifestations aren't defined by power they wield, but by who they are, even before their transformation. Even when the road ahead is uncertain, even when it's full of danger, they press on without hesitation. As long as you keep going, change will come.
つまり今の私じゃ無理ってことだよね。じゃあさ、私には何が足りないの？
Clarity of judgment. I gently tapped her forehead with a fingertip. Mia, no matter what happens, you need to stay composed. But that doesn't mean bottle things up. It means knowing when to hold back and when to act. To walk this path, you'll need both courage and composure.
勇気と冷静さ。あんまわかんないけど、いつかわかるように頑張るよ。
Good. But for now, your top priority is getting back to New Hentaro safe and sound. She glanced at her terminal. The time reserved for her connection window was shrinking fast, but at least she gotten to say everything she needed to.
分析員の言葉、ちゃんと覚えたから。分析員も私のこと、時々思い出して。
Blushing from ear to ear, Mia dashed towards the aircraft under my gaze. At the hatch, she paused again, turned and gave me a wave, eyes brimming with wistful longing. I smiled and waved back, keeping my hand raised until the aircraft climbed into the sky, growing smaller with every second. Just as I turned to leave, a single pale yellow leaf fluttered down at my feet. Looks like summer is nearly over. Okay, so I say this is decent in some way. Here are the downsides. We saw the three other girls like Vidia, Mashur, and Changshin. We also saw Freedia also, and Marine. They played a little part, but for some reason, Changshin showed up, but for no reason in some way. Like, I understand there are other girls that's supposed to come, but it felt like she's put in there just for the sake of putting it there. So it doesn't make sense to me. But at the same time, like Vidia was also the part that played like a very minor role in my opinion. Because she did have like some parts. If anybody who should take the role a bit more, it should be Chiano/Marisol. Because in the trailer, we were supposed to get a spoiler of well, we're not getting spoilers. We were spoiled what video she was supposed to be in here. She is, but she has as much screen time or worse, less screen time than Channel and Marisol, because we at least saw her, Channel and Marisol, during the cutscene compared to like video, which was very awkward in my opinion. Like, sure, it's supposed to introduce a new swimwear because Channel and Marisol already had a swimwear. Well, Channel mostly. I'm curious what Marisol's swimwear should look like, but neither here or there. But in any case, I see that Season has been very much daring lately with their outfits, especially with Narita, especially with Fenny. Sirius, I did like hers a lot also, probably because there was a frill around her claw, around the chest size, and I find that really interesting. I wonder how, I mentioned this before, how will actual woman present herself outside. What else is there? Oh yeah, Frida exists there as well. Marine also exists, but then, like I mentioned, Changchin appeared out of nowhere. Mushroom did play her role just a little bit, not much, but then she did appear in some way. Now we understand why Sirius has amnesia and she got some of her memory back, basically because of me. I think that's all I could say about that. If you guys stayed by this video, if you guys are still here watching this video, leave a like to this video. It will help me a lot. Leave a comment to this video what you like the most, or whatever you want to comment. It doesn't matter what you can. It doesn't matter. Leave a comment what you think of this video. And subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. But if you are subbed to this channel, share this video. It will help me a lot. But in any case, I hope to see you guys in the next video. And I hope this video goes out really well. But in any case, I'll see you guys in the next video with Gacha pulling of Fenny. I like her old swimsuit. The newer swimsuit is not that bad. It's just that I don't like the fish gills like swimwear on her and the polka dots. That's my opinion. I just don't like that. I just like the plain or either like, oh, it's actually more revealing. It's just like, okay, it's for my eyes to see in some way. Anyway, hope to see you guys in the next video. Gonna do a gacha version of this video for Fenny. Alright, take care everyone.